Egg, apples, and carrots.
Yeah, white.
Oh my god, boys! Teddy. Gentle to Biddy.
Class 3, class 4, it's on Thursdays. You can be part of the live. Of course, with the recording, you can be a member of IMAC TV's Premium Plus, get access to every school I've ever done, which is pretty insane how many I've done. Of course, you get access to this one, or you just purchase it for $200. You get all the courses. Go to IMAC.tv, links are down below. And of course, Hypergate.ai, which of course you just watched. Minor teaser of it, but of course, the last year I've been doing astrology AI, and actually ours works. Ours actually does.
There's only five Mondays in June because that's July 1st.
Well, anyway, it's going to be with you talking about this new moon Gemini because, 2025 hasn't even started, I would say. I think that's a hard question to answer, especially when you are at so many big shifts, and honestly, this is a year that's, erasing what we thought we knew about the world completely, as it's the new world that's starting to form, and I would say that this really is things to even start of 2025 if you were to follow that old style calendar system. But, it is a very important time to remember that this is a new moon that brings about it this brand new Saturn.
Okay,
goes into Aries. If you've never in your life seen Saturn come into Aries with Neptune right there, of course, you're going to see that major conjunction of Saturn and Neptune next year in February. And this is just about 3 months of have Saturn in Aries.
Doesn't sound like you're doing dailies.
Right back into Pisces about September 1st. And then by February, they will come back in and meet with
Those
them.
apples, man.
I'm going down the wrong hole.
Acid.
Let's see if I can. It's fun. Initial for this new moon. We are in radical, unique times. And I love being able to express visually for people the new moon energy and what's it really about.
Then Michael Fabs. What is Michael's last name?
Faber.
Well, it's Favins and Sierra. It's on the side. Favins and Sierra.
Too many Sierras in that group.
Is there more than one?
Yeah.
So my favorite, I have a lot of characters I like. I watch a lot of shows or movies with my son. But my favorite by far in this last decade has been Negan for sure. I'm a Walking Dead fanatic, and I thought it'd be so interesting because I haven't heard it out there a lot, but on Hi-Fi people know that I've been talking about this for a while. This Saturn ingress into Aries, and then of course Neptune's ingress into Aries, look back for the last 23 years. I know Neptune came into Pisces in 2011, but go behind that, and That's right, Uranus was going through Pisces. Go behind that, it's like this never-ending Pisces story for the last 23 years. So, this is the first moment in a long time that it has been no planets in Pisces. I know the North Node moon isn't there, but that is an invisible point. If anything, that could kind of help things a little bit with Pisces, but all these zombies are the planets that we've been living with forever that just keep fighting the next planet and reoccurring and showing up and finally being's here to take them out. But also, I think it's a good expression of very Saturn and Aries coming in. You know, it's not going to be subtle, right? We are in an Aries world now. It's going to be very much an Aries world. Of course, we have Uranus, which is getting ready to come into Gemini here, July 7th. That is the second to last big major transit that's going to be making its ingress. It's Jupiter in Cancer, which is going to be happening during this Gemini season near the end of it. So we got a lot coming up in that Jupiter square Saturn. We talk about that in this horoscope. But of course, as a new Gemini, that'll be fun. But Aries world, especially Chiron here, is still in Aries. And yeah, that was the mid-1970s. And it was interesting because Chiron is getting ready to come into Taurus. And I do think it's a very important moment to remember that this is a very stacked Aries world now. We've been used to for 23 years looking at a stacked Pisces world, so a big shift here. And it gets much more, I would say, you gotta be doing something. You just can't be kind of in the background floating around. And so that's what we're going to get into this new moon. This new moon will be happening right here at 6 degrees of Gemini. Mercury just came in. And Mercury's at full speed ahead. And they seem to go faster. Mercury, Gemini to make 2 degrees in 10 minutes a day. And so this Mercury just hop, skip, and a jump. Finally here, meeting with this new moon. And we've got, of course, Jupiter, which is with this new moon in Gemini. And this is super Gemini energy. And this is the first time. Go back to 2012. A new moon in Gemini with no Pisces. Nothing. Nothing. So no squares there, junction Neptune, right? Which is actually ironic because that conjunction happened at 24 degrees of Pisces with the north node of the moon, actually. And so weird that we're seeing this new vibe here in Gemini is very curious. And a lot of this is about simplicity. This is also putting the only planet that is south in the southern signs is Pluto. Every other planet from Saturn to Mars is in the first 5 signs. And this is youthfulness with the most aged appropriate energy as being teenager, and Mars is there. You gotta find that spark within you again. Like, there
The
is
pump was turned
no
off.
more excuses.
Why would the pump be on?
Oh, I guess so. Just making sure you said that
This is
moment.
This is very masculine energy.
I had 2 water spigots yesterday, so I could fill up the pool and fill up the tank without touching the nurse.
Leo, and of course Mars and Venus both making backup speed after being.
So I just need to find a place to pull over so you can drive. Yes.
What was I going to say about? Oh, where did you put the pool?
In a garbage bag in the outdoor kitchen.
Oh, okay.
Just sandy, so I was like, where should I put this so it doesn't blow away? So
to this new moon. And so we've been seeing this trip speed again. But you know, if you really think about it, there's been a lot that's brought us to this point, even larger than the week, larger than the month, larger than the year. I mean, to be honest with you, it's a little difficult to be honest about this kind of hard truth, which is that this is about the preview. The preview we're going to start to see in our lives. What this kind of sort of vision of yourself is going to be, which is embodying who you are in the unique, fun, exciting, stimulating, and give no fucks energy. Because Pluto is in Aquarius. This new moon isn't trying to Pluto in Aquarius. That is the only planet retrograde. This is with Mercury here, so this is where communications, data.
I might need more coffee. I'm making it right now. So I brought the nasty ones in.
Nasty ones. That doesn't solve it when I can't drink them because they're nasty.
Give me a nasty coffee.
Under the
You
nasty.
already reshuffled. So,
Yeah, because I put them under to hold the.
yeah.
Here's technology. I mean, this is where you have to be adaptable into this. This is a very mutable energy, but we're just in a lot of fixed energy with that Sun in Taurus. The last new moon that was in Taurus, right? That was with Mars, that was in Leo that had just come in. It was getting down. Finally, at slower speeds. But we've seen also Venus at the same time finally come off of these very early degrees, the first decan and then the last decan of Pisces, and stay with Saturn for so long. But there's Venus again being like, oh, with Saturn again. So I think what this is saying is, yeah, this is the beginning of the preview. It's going to get way crazier when Uranus ingresses into Gemini, which is coming on July 7th. But this is the moment for you to realize the past is the past. And that's all it is now. It is a storage of memories and good lessons. But this next 3 months, this new moon is saying, what is the thing that you want to do that makes you really who you are? I mean, I've called this the end of the walk-in timeline. Meaning, this is the moment where whoever you are, wherever you came down here, you must express yourself fully now. There is no, I'm still going to do the job I hate. I'm still going to do this. I'm still not going to put out myself fully. I'm still not going to say what I want to say to the world. I'm still like, you cannot, there is no more of that. Now, this is a really positive new moon. I'm not going to lie. This is really go time energy. And this is what we've all kind of waiting for like, I would say, geez, since 2002. It's kind of interesting because in 2002, that was when Uranus was Aquarius at the end of Aquarius. And so we're in the square point of that. And then, of course, that was when I was going back and realizing there wasn't any major Pisces transits happening without our planets or anything like that. And so it's been 23 years. I know that might sound crazy, but this is where Jupiter, though, it's getting ready to make a square again for the third time to Saturn is building up. And this Jupiter, of course, in its mutable sign, and now Saturn in Cardinal. Now it's an intercepted square at the moment, but it's going to get more intense here in these coming weeks, especially as Jupiter's finishing here in Gemini and its detriment, and then getting ready to come into Cancer, and then square Saturn and Neptune. And will also be by the time that the next new moon is, which is the time that my sun is about to be around that period. So whatever Sophia and I are bringing into this, we'll definitely chose to come here with the best way. So good to remember that this new moon is the excitement, but the simplicity that things are at. And to keep them that way, it seems complex. That's put on Aquarius, but you can't answer every problem or you can't figure out every solution in one moment. That's what Pluto's issue in Aquarius is.
Okay.
I know, I'm working on my car.
Yes, well, I was gonna read what the chat AI brought me because I asked about like Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays, which is for the Epcot Animal Kingdom and Hollywood Studios, like which are busiest to whatever. So Animal Kingdom Tuesdays and Thursdays are the least busy. Epcot is Tuesday and Wednesdays. Hollywood is Wednesday and Thursdays. So Tuesday we could go to Epcot. Wednesday we could go to Hollywood Studios, and then Thursday we could hit up Animal Kingdom.
Sure.
Does that sound good?
Whatever.
Why is this one have such long classes?
Which one?
It might be the academy, like that literally 10 question long.
Oh, each of the things.
Yeah. What did it do a day?
Oh, that guy flipped.
Yes, that's not good. So Epcot has got the Remy's Ratatouille Adventure, the Frozen Ever After, Guardians of the Galaxy, the Test Track Soaring.
Test track's closed.
Oh, is it closed?
Yeah.
Boo.
Refurbishment.
Living in the Land, Spaceship Earth, and Explore the World Showcase. There's not that many rides there, but
No, all
If
the
we go,
rides are
like-
at Hollywood Studios.
sorry.
Said all the rides are at Hollywood Studios.
That's why I thought we'd do that Wednesday, because Tuesday might be really chill. We just get there, go do all the rides, and go and
So
eat
look
some
at,
food.
also depends on the weather, so.
It's just how this to be.
But
It just has to be this big.
we've been reindeered at Hollywood Studios before.
There will be no rain.
Yeah, we're
There
heading
will
to
be
colder
no rain.
temperatures.
Shh.
East Coast
It's
is
gonna be
miserable
cold.
right now.
It'll be cold.
But this new moon is saying, okay, keep it simple. It's got Jupiter in front of it. We've got Mercury now, the ruler of Gemini in there, adding lots of energy. We've got Venus and Mars that have been in trine. This is a creative moment. What does this life want to look like for yourself? This is Chiron on top of Eris. And this is a transit we've never as astrologers been able to look at. But I would say it's like, are you just going to keep feeding your own bullshit and I'm going to say keep playing with the idea of who you are and then not do it? Saturn and Neptune, though, there is this realistic aspect though that's showing up because Neptune, of course, being there with Aries, is my odd place. It's in Mars' house. We have Mars in Leo. So there's this force that we want to step into, this expression we want to step into, and Saturn's like, okay, go do it. Saturn also is now in its field position.
So
Because
right now the 45-day view for Orlando,
And so this is
Yeah,
that Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday,
Yeah.
Tuesday's high of 32, low of 24. Wednesday is the high of 31, low of 23. And Thursday's a high of 31, a low and 25% rain probability on the Wednesday. The Tuesday. Yeah. That Saturday, it says it's 70% chance. It's like the 5th, which is when it starts, or no, we're there the 5th, right? And then it starts Friday. It's got a 58% chance that it will rain on the Thursday. The Friday is only a 2% chance. Saturday has the most. Sunday, 25. Then the rest of the week is like 25. Straight 30s, so that's good. Let's all have to bring umbrellas too. Because it'll be hot and raining. Alright.
It's fucking miracle.
So weird because this tracks back to 2020, actually going all the way back to December of 2017, and then all 2018, all 2019, all 2020, all 21, 21, 22, until March of 2023. So that's almost 7 years where Saturn was in dignity, right? Okay. And that Saturn was not that harsh and falling off a cliff like here into this weird domain of the 0 point of Aries with Neptune right in front of it. And so that Saturn can't even see anything in front of it. It's like that, like a person like having to step into like an infant again. What the hell? Maybe my glasses. So I don't.
As far as we can to cooler temperatures.
But Saturn works. No matter what, the soldier's gonna go do it. It's good. You can't control what people like and who they don't like. People try, governments try, but there's still always, there is no control. So this is also the moment that we can also say this new moon is like, oh, we didn't fall for all that government control over the last 7 years and weird shit. The good news about this is we both are at the same starting point. From this new moon, what sets it apart individually now is whether or not you're keeping it simple, whether or not you are exploring the territories that are exciting to you, but you don't know exactly what it's going to be. There's a lot of unknown here, especially if Saturn and Neptune now actually in the sign where they're going to meet up next year and make a conjunction. And already Saturn and Neptune are coming very close. They're going to come within a degree before they both are retrograde. So this is really getting intense here of like what needs to dissolve, what needs to actually, from the ether, from spirit, or even your soul, what needs to come forward more in that. And also, this is a lot of where the goodbyes have already happened. So it's like there's no more excuses. I really love this chart. I think this is one of my favorite charts that I've seen in a long time. I'm like, gosh, you know, me, I do a video every day for 13 years. It's been a long time since I even saw a chart that was like, oh, that's interesting, that's exciting. This is the most exciting chart ever. But you have to make sure that you don't put too much mental stress on yourself there. Remember that Gemini wants to figure it all out. This trying to put out mind doesn't also want to solve every problem all at once. It's not going to happen. It's much more like, I told people about this week, it's a little bit like a car mechanic. Unless you actually have built a car yourself and built a motor and replaced motor parts yourself, and I'm not talking about you replace the couple there. I'm talking about like you've actually gone underneath the hood and taken off half the motor, the top of the motor. You know, it becomes one of those things in life where we want everything to happen, but you got to do it piece by piece. And so I think that this is 2011 Saturn. That was with Pisces since March of 2023. Like, talk about all the bullshit. I can't even believe all these astrologers out there pushing all the bullshit, including the Biden thing. Right? They all look so dumb right now. And I'm not gonna make fun of them, but I'm just gonna say, like, why do we have an astrology community that doesn't actually use the astrology? I don't know. I don't know. I think it's interesting that we have to remember on this new moon, we need to take the facts. But in the last degree of Saturn and Pisces, we're just getting aggressively Aries, which will be at the time of this new moon. So Monday, it's 8:02 p.m. It'll be 48 hours, almost exact, of seeing Saturn in Aries, meaning prior to that, Saturn for about a week and a half is at 29 degrees Pisces, is all an exposing of deception. The Biden thing, the shot, the weird shit. The list is pretty long. Means that stuff's gonna be kind of going over again. Saturn retrograde back into back to Pisces. So I think this is an interesting moment because that means that new situations are going to show up. Now, if you're in your life going, this feels not new and I'm doing the same thing and I don't have some exciting thing that I want to try that's different, that redefines me, then that's what the problem is. It's still not that stress about it. You don't want to cause like massive stress over it. But the truth is, there should be this new move in your life that's already, you know what, I've never done this, I'm excited to go do this, I'm taking this, I'm making this new exciting thing happen. But if you're still like,
now with Cox Internet and Mobile, the price of your plan will go up for 3 years, guaranteed.
no, I'm gonna keep it the old way, I'm gonna keep doing things the old way, I'm like, oh, I guess you really have been stuck in the illusion. For some people, because now we're going to be in a completely new time now, where it's like this Gemini sun, this Gemini new moon, this Jupiter finishing this Mercury. This is all about lighting on that exciting shit and being expressing, talking, Mars and Leo. It's been interesting. I've been following, you know, I do this every day, but I've been following this Mars transit. It's done some really interesting transits. We had a quintile to Uranus a little bit back. There's been some really cool shit. And actually, there is a quintile to this new moon, 72 degrees. Actually, put this so Mars quintile the new moon, 72 degrees. Quintiles are the best. The greatest you're like. You get to go.
money.
Money. Money.
There's no K, that's monkey.
Oh, that's monkey.
Monkey is monkey.
Wait, sorry. Money. MON. EY. Okay.
Now, through. I want you to go through the hole.
Okay. Through. This is partially a guesstimate.
A guesstimate?
H-R-O-U-G.
H.
Not you.
No, you had the right. THROUGH.
That was not partially a guesstimate.
A guesstimate. Well, no, it was, you clearly know it because that was better than a guesstimate.
Oh. Next one.
Then what about through? I threw this at you. Spell
Did
that.
we just do that?
No,
T-H-O-W.
no.
T-H-R-O-W.
No. That's throw.
You want through past tense.
Yes.
Through. I threw something.
She
Does
threw
it have
it.
a E?
Mom, she threw it at me.
Mom, does it have a E instead of a O?
Mm-hmm.
So it's T-A-R-E-W.
Yeah, there you go.
Next.
Circle.
C-I-R-I-L-E.
Mm-hmm.
No.
No. You got some of the right letters.
Oh, I think I got it.
Okay.
C-I-R-C-L-E.
Yes. Did Siri just give it to you?
No.
Mm-hmm.
Next.
How about sign?
Sign? Like to sign something or a sign?
Yes, they're both the same.
Oh, they are.
The only sign that's different is like cosine, as in mathematical terms. Then it's spelled different.
Sign. Sign. S-I-G-N?
Are you cheating?
No.
Yeah,
Here, I have my
right.
tablet. Just for the secondary spelling.
Table.
T-A-B-E-L.
Right letters, wrong order.
L-E.
Yes. So how do you spell it?
T-A-B-L-E.
Woo! She got the table. How about a chair?
C-H-A-R.
We're missing a letter.
I.
Yes.
C-H-A. Wait. C-H-A-I-R-A.
There's no other. There's only one A. You had it right. There's no A at the end.
No way. Okay.
Okay, so how do you spell it?
C-H-A-I-R.
Okay, what about read? I want you to read to me.
R-E-A-D.
How about a reed that is like a weed that's growing in the water?
W.
No, not weed. We want reed because it's actually a reed is like part of a plant, but it's spelled different.
I've never spelled that way before.
Well, there you go. So it's just like read, R-E-A-D, but you spell it R-E-E-D.
That's part of a musical instrument.
Yeah, and it's also part of a plant. Lots of reeds. Go look it up. Go look it up. And yes, there is parts of musical instruments have reeds.
Okay, next.
How about Typhoon. Typhoon Lagoon.
How am I supposed to know
Because you need to know how to spell typhoon and you need to know how to spell tygoon. Well, I like tygoon. Lagoon. Well, try lagoon first.
Lagoon.
Yes.
Lagoon.
Because it's got goon in it. So you're going to be goony.
I was thinking
Lagoon. And then typhoon. So it's
T-Y.
T-Y P-H-O-O-N.
Yeah. Okay.
So how do you spell it?
T-A.
No.
T-Y. P-O-O-N.
You've heard the H.
Oh, they did stupid. T-Y.
It makes the same-
P-H-O-O-N.
T-Y-P-H-O-O-N. Yes, because it makes the same f sound like phone. And how do you spell phone?
H-O-N.
Yes. And so typhoon makes that same P-H-F sound,
Yeah, definitely.
which is retarded.
Yeah.
Okay, let's do Hollywood.
H-O-L-L.
No, no E.
H-O-L-L.
No.
I don't know how to spell Hollywood.
Okay, we'll do Holly. You almost had it right.
H-O-L-L-E.
No.
Well, how else do you spell Holly?
Well, how else would you get the E sound?
Oh, why? That's stupid. Hollywood. W-O-O-D.
Okay, so how do you spell Holly?
H-O-L-L-Y-W-O-D.
Two O's.
That might be.
Wood. Ooh.
W-O-O-D.
Okay, animal.
Let me do it. A-N-I-M-A-L. I
Let's
just
do
remember
king.
it because I know it from partially know it. I know like the half first part of animal, and I know animal and cannibal line, so I just take different parts, a little bit of cannibal I know to make animal.
That's messed up.
Okay,
You're messed up.
next.
Okay, kingdom.
K-I-N-G-D-O-M.
Okay, sorry, spell it again.
K-I-N-G-D-O-M.
Woo! Let's see, what else can we do? Avatar.
A-V-A-R-E.
No, Avatar.
It's not possible.
A-V-A-T.
Yeah, so Ava. Yeah, yeah. No, it's got Ard,
R
but it's got a vowel.
I
Hey! So Avatar. Avatar.
A V A R
No, Avatar.
A V A T A.
There you go. Color.
Okay, C O. What is that? C O R L O C.
What? Color.
See,
Say that again.
Oh, see. Oh,
One C.
work. Wow.
Or. Yes, call.
Oh.
Yes, call or.
I have.
Like I'm fucking
Is the
falling
sun
asleep.
finally rise?
Oh, take a nap.
Is the sun finally rising?
Oh, take a nap.
Is the sun finally rising? What are you talking about?
The sun is like much better than.
Oh, we moved ahead in time and lost an hour. It would be 9:25. Now it's 10:25.
start changing our thoughts about how we feel. And there's been stuff what's in my place. So I can be mentally, and I don't through their first statements on the internet that they use traction and so and so these are people that demonstrate that this is feasible. Now we're going to get to the point that science is going to maintain channels and from the casting and stream and get into regularity that we have humans now. And it's something like that to me as a churn, it's sitting there turning down the right line. So it's relates to different way of thinking about it. I did it to the mainstream, and I left my energy out into it. I project out that traction energy that I can extract out of that mainstream looks like sort of preventable because it's but you start having parts of it that's itself being the consciousness interacting. So we're not, and so there's a really an interview out there with general he talks about space and he has companies and so forth. He's a general refers to things in military terms. He's talking about dominating America, dominating the magnetic domain, and America dominating the space domain. And that's what we're talking about right now. Yes, that even right ahead of him, way ahead of him, because we're discussing the consciousness of me, and it's the substance for everything. It is the ultimate source of energy, and so, and being manipulated by this physical doing. And that when the White House was meeting here, when they said they had the technology to manipulate space and time, or they alluded to this here, so anyway, and it's not like true. Okay, so the big deal is, and what really irritates me about guys is that they think the past continues to exist, and then somehow we can jump back into and get the logic past still exist, and they still get there doing something from the other day that's an imperfection. We cannot still be doing everything that like but every single way they and that's not how reality is organized. So it's not balanced for us to definitely the internal now and get the jump into the future, then we can transit back into the past and past is memory and the future is anticipation right here and now. We physically have and know there's something about that's you will never have in the eternal now. In the eternal now there is no thing. There's no second there's the eternal now. We took 20 times per second. Everything else related to time is an illusion, and we get strong and to synchronize ourselves in this complicated reality. Now we're jumping up into our technology, and then our technology stays quantum entanglement. It's that technology gets down to a certain cheating us and reliability. It will spread up very rapidly, and when that occurs, different mechanisms for dealing and synchronizing with other people. And how soon you think that years from now, in this shocking accurate, and then you hear my parents that in the 80s kind of describing it now, when you're describing sort of people okay, so there is no future. It's not coming in the future. It's here now with us. It's in our technology and mainstream. And so that mainstream is sweeping up every piece number and eventually and it's a giant huge mainstream scale. So not everyone is going to be present up there with these effects and this is within the eternal now. So we're getting a different synchronization between these devices. I don't know, really interesting.
Do you hear the room for bits of food? I just smelled it. It was awful. That same raw chicken smell. I don't.
And I just had it spit out the coat. start using this and start sequencing everything as a turn down. Right, meditate, and it's never going to change. So this particular thing, I have to stress about it, I have to worry about it, and event stream is getting me. So maybe 10 or 15 years ago, I had this one gentleman who was sharing stuff with me, and I realized after the fact that he was probably in one of these secret societies. I look back at it now, I'm sure someone else took over my friends. But anyway, he had told me something, and you reflected on this maybe 10 years ago. You were talking about franchise and people abilities or can manifest your reality. And the difference between manifesting with grain, manifesting with energy, or consciousness, right? And what he had told me was that you need to understand that even those franchise who are manifesting reality, because we live in this quality construct, whenever they manifest, they're most finding the event stream is what he was describing to me as manifesting from the 0 point without the duality, without the negative, whatever the negative, it's clever. Yeah, so go ahead. Okay, no, that's my point. So he says, when you manage let's that entity for the control system in the matrix that we turn and I was saying, oh, that's what he was talking about. I wish I could go back to that and ask him. And also that brings me back to that question. And when you're ready, I think he was interested in the pirate flag. This is pirates are so this is like in terms of connection. Now, with it comes that's yes, I didn't see me a rock star. Or just making plans. Not to take the government should be associated with it. So we're going to have to stimulate to connect to these next few years because of the AI. These next few years because of the AI showing us how the next works and to light it with practical philosophically approach and practical philosophically approach to navigating life. It's early time in professionally and it's a temporary also now. So you understand our students, you understand our students through the actions of others, also changes and currents from saying, shout out, or kinds of things. These are originally and it's the simplest dynamic action to communicate meaning between two sets of consciousness that appear in this material. For a human to have someone else, whenever you communicate meaning to your audience, I have to use a long string of words. The universe can come to just have a bird fly by that triggers me because of my relationship with me. So whatever, I get a complete out of that because it's the universe providing me meaning. Just as it provided me with meaning with the pirate flag, okay, now they're proving that it's just ahead of the show, right? And so these are all the it's like those guys don't know they're connected to me. They don't know that they're providing the quality to me. They're doing that for reasons, which they are.
Oh, sure.
Just have them.
Let's stay on San Antonio.
That's that provides me.
I'm confused.
So nature of quality, examined.
That's why we came.
I know, but it's sending me Houston that way. I'm like, oh no, and I'm like, oh shit, no way, I'm turning it.
Receptors,
Dallas is there.
Infrastructure. Right. There's that paradigm that's been emergence. The cryptology paradigms will fall away. And we recognize ourselves in our psyches. Reality as quality perceptors. To a great degree, psychicness is simply the problem.
For anyone struggling with deteriorating vision, do not have another oatmeal before you see this. Did you know that poor vision is not just
intricate to this with us in the very smallest level because the universe knows our minds. We're just embodying consciousness in a larger field of consciousness. And so, knowing that, it's easy to trigger us into postures of power. It was relating to Jujitsu Judo as well. It's like kind of like that mind-body connection. mimics, and then that switch would let the creator or the program that's running the switch know that we needed to up level or change the game.
Sorry, what are you doing now?
But you
I'm just
also
going to start editing
are
the video.
indicating that perhaps this
Can you
is
do another one at the Blue
that is
Manor?
residing inside
Which
this material,
one?
but maybe outside of our solar system.
Well, why don't you listen to some more of your story?
Perhaps into our karma in a big way.
Or do some of the, you did Latin, why don't you do some of the math?
I did all already. I did math, I did spelling, I did listening, I did my last.
Or listen to some of the story then.
Fine.
The trigger in the matrix. Okay, so in either case, the defect has been created. So if it is an entity and it's already knowable in our karma, because our karma has been changed, and is now continually changing, as this information spreads throughout more humans, and they start reacting with stuff. Now, bear in mind, my data has been forecasting the singularity independent of this event for years and years and years, right? And so, buddies, showing that stuff when the Lord dies, how does that tie into that equation? We already have the language about the deep state guys. So like the first state secrets, right? The CIA was saying that's plasma again. Right, exactly. So from there, cars that are like radio waves. They just
I got 175 miles left
plus
on this tank.
the actual client show was talking about somewhere in space, aiming down radio waves, which are converted back to electricity, and a little you go, right? So we're gonna have a lot of these different approaches coming in, and as I say, coming surreptitiously. So I think you see a trigger to where that kind of fucks up the third reset to where we go to different financial systems altogether. I think it's going to be gradual. So it will be a hard shift, and it will be a gradual into an innovation-based society that runs basically under super. And in fact, I can see that occurring as rippling forward here because there will be so much else to distract humans talking about that kind of thing. Just like with Gargoyle saying that nobody don't care about that, about the image, right? Okay, that part of it started trying with so many people out of some we're doing that. So this starting to break free. Yes, the manufacturers of them start to try and provide that was possible price that you get. Investment rates to repurpose industrial, right? And they can be using it to make solar. So it's not that kind of a thing. It's going to be these high-tech devices like cruise missiles take 50 pounds or 50 kilograms of silver, right? I think when you end up Paso with the new electrics. Exactly. And I was just going to say, so all the ZPT stuff requires silver and various different points of the process. And we're now seeing that in conjunction with certain other metals, silver may be a part of an amalgam. So this is a tricky idea that we need to get across. We haven't spent too much time. So time a big thing to the initial early computer chips that we have devices and about electricity in these various different things, right? Now we're getting to the point where we're stepping through the electromagnetic spectrum. We're going to get into link processing technology. That's part of the step in the consciousness. The consciousness processing technologies as a basic substrate for their, I'll say sensor for consciousness, but it's not really the sensor because it's in time of consciousness. Okay, so it's participating, it's part of the machine, and that's also part of the machine for picking up consciousness. Energies. Okay, this is the cranial nerve thing we were talking about years ago. Correct. For the X nerve, the vagus complex, for the T nerve. Right. John Williams from Shadow Staff, the years on the show, and he said that he predicted his own administration. He said, don't do it. Hold out. And then I go, such social pressure, but it might be akin to right? And then they'll start sucking it up out of the wind dealers, make them premiums, et cetera, and cyclotrons and stuff, gummy yeah, which used huge amounts of silver, which was back into the system, and then later in the 80s, and created all these problems. And then my good friend, in terms of designing the system to clean up that crap, and it participated in the economic failures of the savings and these other things, right? And so it's time. You guys got to settle these that we're going to be coming out for a number of years. And one of them, and getting back to the idea, right? And now we're getting into a period of time where just because charts the federal audit or the informed docs, those two have kind of like taking a sidebar here to perhaps this third iteration of the financial system being looked for now. Back in 2030, and then it kept going through 2030, and then they pulled everything from there, and stuff in 2020, and believes that we're going to get contact with their masters, gods, or whatever the hell in 2032. They understand that there are other aliens that are already here dealing with us, and they're interacting with these other aliens, but the Pharisees seem to have a real. It doesn't mean that the rest of these people are going to accept any of that. Okay, so we may now be getting into this point of contention where there seems to be other sides of it as well, where the Trump administration and the forming humanitarian council, whatever that we could call it, is going to be distancing itself from a submissive stance.
Can you put the lid on this
Contact with the
and then put it in the pile on top there?
Discussions on some of the
Good sandwich, Julie.
areas of the internet.
I worked hard making it. No, thanks for
Got
that.
your back for yourself.
Mystics of the thinking that the Elohim are returning and are returning specifically at a particular time for their own reasons. And that this return is going to be good for the Pharisees. And they want us to not cause problems for the Elohim and for the Pharisees. It gets really complex. Okay, so the idea of ascension. Okay, so we have to go back to a little tiny bit of stuff here. The idea of ascension that you hear about in the New Age, right? And also rising up to heaven, all this kind of stuff, that comes out of the Talmud. Okay, it was never in the original Bible. None of that stuff was in the original Bible. Moses wasn't there. He was added 300 years later. And the Talmud is this idea of ascension. The idea of ascension within the Talmud is that humanity could become as the Elohim. Right? And so within the Bible, that was expressed by the Elohim and supposedly creating us in their image. And they're going to, have the same level. That's the idea of the Talmud. But their idea is that in order for us to ascend to the level of the Elohim, we have to replicate them and manage ourselves.
Did you finish the story?
Yeah.
Was there questions?
So that's an
No,
indicator.
with the Disney, that is only fair.
No.
Learning system, which the early learning system we discarded because it's ontology thinking, and that would be the list of the ontology rules. It's an idea of the learning system, right? As part of the they put in a learning system, by the which doesn't make any sense because there's not giant spaceships coming taking right here. So you're not a system it's not running. So you hear about a 100% shift into this new money paradigm and the emergence of this insight is paradigm. What's this money? It's for everything on this planet we learn on behalf of this elite individual return. And we've seen successive moves play that and take for that charge. And again, this is going to get wacky. But was he suggesting here that control or the trusteeship or the trust, the entrust of the
Give me the
planet,
proteins and I'll put them out
from the
to
Vatican
warm up
to
here.
perhaps Trump, the alliance to White House. How did you see this? How do we consolidate whatever just happened, and the fact that he seemed to be telecasting the week before that he knew that it was going to be an American vote? Again, for anybody else talking about the guy who just got the job, what do you think of this, and how does that tie in here to this ability return?
Okay, so this is tied into the projection of the economy, to Israel. And this is the point that they reached that point in the accumulated has been the same for the past. And now there are this direction, same for Pharisees understand it, because the Jesuits were basically Calvinists in what they were instructed. And so in my opinion, what he's doing is basically saying that he's taking control of the destruction. Like the money aspect of it is relatively based.
People think, oh, you just took a the Vatican Bank and the gold, I'm like, oh, that's good potato. You're the trustee, the ownership of all the souls and everything on this planet for those are the things right? Okay, right. That's a big part of the thing
That we really don't see is this interaction with the ontology. This is also the destruction of religions that have been forecast in the data since like 2002. Right? It is part of secrets revealed what kind of these about the evil things being done in religion and like the schism between religion and spirituality and humanity that basically choose spirituality, but religion and religions will start dying. And it's necessary that they do die as we get into the ontological. Because if you understand that there is no future, there is no past, there's only the event stream, your karma and your participation with the karma of others and the constant speed of the event stream. But beyond that, there is the ontology of the universe.
So is he dragging across what looks like a car is facing me? Is the car being dragged? Or like towed? That's what looks like. That's what's looking at me in the back of the truck.
Yeah. Thought it was a car.
I wasn't sure.
It's dangerous for you to have a direct relationship with things like your Right, trust kid. Anyways, that's so on that topic, as you just mentioned, and yeah, I can't do the show without asking you where we are now in the timeline of the Israeli mistake. Just recently, Trump seems to be making moves now to prevent that same said mistake. And again, here just in the last couple of days, kind of preempting Netanyahu here doing this deal with Iran. Do you think we're out of the waters? Are we still in the current trust being
Right. The Israelis, the Pharisees, are intent on causing that as an issue. They're intent that that future should manifest. It's not necessary that we prove that on an event stream. Trump is doing things to not give them no. Sorry, Doug's insisting on stuff.
the dog doesn't want this mistake?
I'm anticipating that enough of the energy is coming out of that, and then circumstances will turn, that it will not occur as it was, which and maybe in language about likelihood emerging about this coming down, etc. And so that the language itself would be fulfilled with the event.
Okay. You want to get into some charts? I'm going to bring up, yeah, okay, so let me bring that up on the screen. I'm not sure they're in the right order. Gave them to me, but now let me know which one you want to go with first.
That's why I'm showing you where the piece or from the implementation. So this is replicating what's on our earlier charts. Okay, this one is
This one here, you mean? So this is a interpretation of this. Okay.
correct. Okay, all right, it's showing you if you look on the image of the right inside there, it shows you the nature, character, leaders, in terms of the conversion. And these are showing you the contributory data sets for those spikes. So if you see in the military ramping down in December, right? So whatever is our big military push, it's going to cause problems here in July. From there, that will then it's ramping down in December, so you can start reading color runners in a left to right fashion and see how that push potential for this period of time. It's a quick chart. It's difficult to display theoretic mathematics in a meaningful fashion in a graph.
So when you say it's the big highlights are going to take away from this
In 2 miles, take exit 256 for I-10 East toward Fort Stockton.
Social effects of the military effects. The social effects would be the green bars would be applied after all the red bars. Remember, social effects, some of the military issues that will be building up are going to be triggers for waves coming through the social. And so that we might look at like in December there, for instance, we got a big military spike. Thereafter, we got in January, we've got a band of social discourse that is actually tied to that military spike.
256. Okay, that's the next page.
And is that military spike, was it the data about the tanks and of the Federal Reserve, or is it the military spike? Social events are dealing with
Yeah, 'cause this is when we came out of this one after, right?
I think so.
We
I
came
think it's
on out
a
on
stupid.
the
I
side.
think it's just that stupid Walmart that had plans
Yeah.
like tight, but it's not any tighter than the other but
Period of time, it's like maybe 2 weeks. There's going to be these.
In a half mile, take exit 256 for I-10 East toward Fort Stockton.
So it's basically the chart is much more useful on a daily basis, but I can't really display it because on my screen I can expand it out and get into it, but it's just densely packed.
Take exit 256, then take the ramp to I-10 Business Loop East.
Sort of display as a heat map display of that same kind of data, trying to show you 5 days versus cold days.
Take the ramp to I-10 Business Loop East, then continue on to I-10 Business Loop East.
Is obviously the cooler days.
yeah, I gotta just stop for gas. Stop like gas. That's a wrong stretch.
Continue on I-10 Business Loop
Then I
East
can go
for
check
3/4 of a
Penelope's.
mile.
Can you pause my show?
June seems to be
I'm
pretty
gonna
hot.
stop,
There's a lot of-
go find her thing, and take some empty containers inside.
June, would you mind?
The fuck is it doing?
Thanks, kiddo.
I supposed to let them go across.
Yeah, Death Wish is just walking across for flats.
Max!
Max is the biatch. Emotional damage.
In a 1/4 mile,
But
turn
that'll be
left.
fine because we'll enter in and we're gonna have to wrap around.
That's what I'm like, should I go around the building and come up how we did before?
Shut up. Why are you being so mean?
I think I have to take it into this turning lane up here, right?
Oh, yeah, go around the full building rather than.
Yeah,
Turn left,
I'll go
then
around
turn
the
left.
building and come in how we did.
Well, I think they only got diesel pumps from that far end anyway, so you have to wait for those trucks to move.
And there's somebody.
The only complaint about this Walmart gas station is the diesel pump suck. But I'm like, it's 30 cents cheaper, 40 cents cheaper.
Here's
than
my
everywhere-
container for my rice.
everywhere
Well,
else.
Toby, you have to wait.
Yeah, because
I know. I didn't want to.
we got these people are driving slow because that homeless person.
Okay.
Turn left, then turn left.
Let's go all the way here and then.
Yeah. No overnight parking.
Turn left, then turn left.
Okay. Oh, gas.
Mhm.
Move on. Don't even drown it.
Oh, of course, the first one moved, and not the last one.
So should I just wait right here?
Yeah, because they're the only pumps.
Okay.
I don't know what else are you gonna do.
That's fine. Do you want to go in to go pee? Is there an actual bathroom in there?
No idea. It's kind of small.
Oh, we can get your sandwich out when we finally go to pay for that.
My 2 minutes hasn't died yet. Hasn't turned off.
All this.
Yeah. Well, we're good as a dash cam because we know we'll just go right to the cloud.
You're right at the cloud.
What?
You're
The
right.
astrology can break the matrix.
Yeah, we think that we get a sag in August. There's less issuings. Then we start ramping back up in September. We get more of the reds and through, rest of the year, et cetera, right?
Yeah. Okay, and this one here.
This is the release language tension in that same approach. Okay, so this is just release language, not building tension language. So if you look at the big spike there in July, you see that there's going to be a giant, the big sort of purpley colored one with the hook on the bottom. You can see that there's going to be a big spike of military language that will be a giant release of release of emotional tension related to military language.
No diesel on
So
those
that could
ones.
be, for instance, we've avoided the nuclear war, or it could be
We'll see if he's a quick
anguish, like,
mover
oh my
or a
God,
slow
that
ass.
spaceship
Gotta
just
go
destroyed our
inside. Spend 20
that
minutes
kind of thing,
inside.
right? So you don't know what the,
Like
what
us.
the proximate cause is. We only know that
That's why
there's gonna be a
Bucky's.
huge level of release language, which associated with the military and that big of a spike. I have a tendency to think of it as anguish, as being, a big, that sort of thing, like the release language you might see after or have felt after the failed Trump assassination.
Right. Now, just last week, and maybe this will tie into the release stuff at some point here, maybe you can help us map it out, but just last week, Trump was referring to military tribunals. He was saying that all roads lead to Obama. And the mainstream news didn't say it, but I'm like, dude, it's like the event of the century for a sitting president to say that. He was going after Kamala Harris, the donors, the crazy money. Right. He's going after the auto pen of Joe Biden, whether or not he has prostate cancer again, like all these weird things. And the zero hedge was let to happen in the White House press, talk about the Clinton body count and also the Epstein connection to the three-letter agencies using Epstein as a honeypot. Like all of that in the span of 4 days. Any of which could
revealed.
Yeah. Again, mostly ignored by mainstream news, but yet it's out there and it's starting to percolate. At some point, is any of that responsible?
Yeah. So we could see that the military emotional release might be the actual opening of military tribunals. Okay, they may just announce it, and everybody, oh my God, the release language about all of that.
Your destination is on the right.
This right again?
Considered it. There's going to be a huge amount of release language with these kind of announcements. So you notice that over that same period of time, the really big spikes for the release language are showing the
Okay, Penelope. Let's go in the trailer. Have the keys, Dad? We're gonna go inside and see if we can pee first, and then if we can't, we'll go in the trailer.
You need stuff in the trailer?
Well, I was gonna go get her sandwich or
Okay,
whatever.
we'll go unlock it.
Okay, let's go and see if there's bathrooms first at the
Turn it off.
Walmart. Oh,
Turn the truck off.
oh,
How many times did I have to say?
I don't know how many times I can push the button. Oh. Did you get smalls?
Okay, all and you just want Coke? And I'll ask Dad whether he wants blue or Coke.
I don't know how much money I need to give you. Where's my change purse?
Oh my god.
Okay, there's some money in here.
I mean-
And then I'll give you.
What?
Well, about 10 should be more than enough.
Yeah,
I
hopefully.
assume we should have like change back.
Okay.
So find out how much they are, and if it is the same price for all of them, then get me a large one.
Hey, get you a large if it's the same price though.
Back. Move. Okay, good. Just make sure you hit that. Move. OMG boys.
out. Gonna go for a quick piddle from your schnizzle. Piddle from your schnizzle. Oh God. Just another inconsistency in there. I'm got about. No, we don't. No, no. Hey, we'll be back, Teddy. Don't go sit. No, I'm only taking one at a time. Okay, Biddy, I'll take you next. I'll take Teddy. Biddy, stay. I'll be back for you, Biddy. No, no, no. Move back. Move back.
Hey, Teddy, no pet.
Oh my God. Inside.
Hey, what are you guys doing with dogs? Hey, why is this guy always up the fucking leash and I'm not looking?
Because I just took
Hey,
him off
inside!
instead of going.
Like at the fucking at the beach.
Go.
That lady was getting denied buying beer.
43-year-old.
Did you go inside yet?
Yeah, I just need you to lock it. I can't get back. Wait, please.
Not moving. Oh my God, she's being a turd. Oh,
Linda, just let you mind your fill it up past the top.
oh, we were having problems.
This Bucky's only has the blue kind.
Mhm.
What size did you get? With the one size?
Yeah.
Just large or whatever? Hey, where's my money?
Oh, yeah. Put it on that seat thing.
Shit! So how much change did you get back? Did you give her change? Or
Oh, I
just give
gave her the
10?
bill. I didn't know if you had $3 in change.
Well, no, I would have had like the. Wouldn't it have been $3.18?
Yeah?
I would have had 18 cents in change.
We had a $10 bill.
And then there was a whole bunch of change at the bottom.
Yes. So you gave me a $10 bill. So I'm supposed to give her the $10 bill and 18 cents?
Yeah, to get bills back.
I don't know, Mom.
Oh my God, she needs to shop more. I asked her, I'm like, well, would you get back? She's like, I'm like, what did you give her? $10. I'm like, well, wasn't it like $3 and like 18 cents? And she's like, yeah. I'm like, why didn't you give her change for the change? Penelope doesn't know that.
Want me to pull you out of here?
Do you think I can do it?
I don't know. Here's your change. No, I changed the door straight because it wouldn't even close at all. So I moved the plates back because obviously that might be what was causing the
Okay,
open.
so Penelope, the next time I give you money with the change is for the actual change. Like if you have enough under $1, for the change, give them that in change because I want big bills back. I don't want a bunch of change.
Okay.
So I'm attempting to get rid of my change. That's why I didn't just give you the $10 bill. I gave you all the change as well.
She was telling me the fucking price was like $1 sounds like. It's 98 cents.
$1.06, right?
Yeah.
So I should be okay.
I think so.
$1.60 would be $2. Right?
Sorry, $1.60 you'd round up that it would be like
Oh wait. No, $100. I was thinking time. 160.
and then the bills for what you don't have. Because I'm not, you're not gonna pay for $5 in change because I don't think I have that much in change, right? So it'll be like if I gave you a $10 bill and the amount was $4.35 and I gave you what I gave you today, what would I like you to do?
Give the 34 cents in change.
Exactly. So the $10 bill and then the 34 cents. Exactly. That would be it.
In 1,000 feet, turn left onto US Highway 285 North.
Well, I don't
I
get
recognize
to go
coming in this
shopping very often.
No, I know. Obviously, we need to let you go
Take me
shopping more.
shopping.
Turn left onto US Highway 285 North, then turn right onto I-10 Service Road.
I need to get into that bar road, right? Okay, so after
Good enough for this light.
we start going,
Yeah, you gotta be careful because I
And
don't
then I
want
have
to bottom out.
and then I have to do this turn right away, right onto
Maybe
the
my
highway.
charger stopped working because it's so bad.
And your brake.
Turn
That's
right
this
onto
one.
I-10 Service Road,
Ozona.
then take the I-10 East ramp.
Door still closed.
Take the I-10 East ramp. In a quarter mile, merge onto I-10 East, US 67 North.
Oh, okay. Let me go back to
I got us out.
Yeah. How was that?
That was not too bad. And I knew what to expect this time.
No.
I just, I mean,
Continue on I-10 East for 310 miles.
I like Coca-Cola slushies. I saw you had a mixture.
Yeah, why not?
Yes, for me.
Live wave to the extreme. Don't believe. Hey. Oof.
Why is a Coke slushie so Did we end up pulling the cover over the generator?
Yeah, this is to blow up.
I know. No food was on the floor.
Assuming ours is at that particular elevation, so when we get to Mississippi, we got some belts. I did buy the one block that you have to drill into the freezer, but I also got straps. Let's try the straps first. So I don't really want to make up ones on the freezer, but
No, because what if you hit something?
straps are on a 3M glue. They all fall off.
Yep. Then I need some sugar.
And what I've never really ever understood is the selling feature. Oh wait, now I'm just like right here again. I thought it was going this. Whatever.
Let's sell like fucking soft serve. If you want hard, so you want frozen ice cream, not slop.
But I like soft serve, and I like the Blizzard.
Yeah, but somebody buying a Blizzard does not want a bunch of slop.
Yes,
Slop, exactly. Yes.
Your RV or looking for staying in hotels. Like I get maybe the occasional hotel. Like I get it. Okay,
Hey, Jennifer.
maybe you're like, okay,
Hey,
you know,
weirdo.
let's just stay in a cheap hotel tonight or whatever. If you don't like your own
That's
bed that
gonna
you're
get
calling around.
technical, bitches.
But who is it you're saying that they got the RV and they were just? She was like asking her husband why he booked all the hotel
Oh, I
rooms.
know that guy who threw that event in Dallas.
Yeah, you're RVing wrong. You know the point is to sleep in the RV.
Well,
But yeah, Tesla truck must have been the same one we probably went with on the way into El Paso. So what's a better flavor, Penelope?
What?
She couldn't remember Buc-ee's. What were you calling Buc-ee's?
Billy's?
Billy's. Yeah. And so which flavors did you prefer? Do you like Billy's or do you like this one?
it's not even listing them.
Sorry, I'm just trying to drink my thing.
No, I'm asking if you enjoyed Billy's or Billy's, Buc-ee's or this flavor that you got today better.
Oh, they're both good.
You don't prefer one over the other? Are they pretty similar? Shake, shake, shake. Shake, shake, shake. Shake, shake, shake. Shake, shake, shake. Shake my cup. My cup. Shake, shake my cup. My cup.
Shake
Yes,
up.
why are you shaking it?
You want to shake?
Shake
Yes,
up.
why are you shaking it?
You want to shake? Or
Hey,
is
no
it?
swear words.
Oh, God, is muting us?
I don't think we just said anything inappropriate. Inappropriate. Delete if I leave the app. Remote control. Delete if I leave the app. Remote control.
But
Yeah, it's fucking huge. She's got like 1,000 RV parking stalls. Relatively nice area. Like 1,000 RV parking stalls. Relatively nice area. Other ones I looked at, like when I was looking at Dallas, those Thousand Trails ones that September to like February or something like it.
figure out like which ones are the least. We'll have to do them because it's open essentially. The safari would be worth going on like as a third one. That's this is 80. Sorry? Oh yeah, this picnic spot.
Has he ever been gentle?
No, Teddy, you sound like your blood.
Shoot. That's good.
And she's supposed to be like broken record. She's registered with the illusion, like she almost puked. Does not sound like doing your schoolwork. I want you to read your 3 chapters.
Yes, I will. Yes, I will.
Oh, you are going to. Oh, you are going to get the sheriff. Get the sheriff. Come fucking haunt you.
With the dog.
Those are blowing smoke at the camera. Nothing smoke. So everybody says I can't see the fire. They have wheels in the back end. Coming up. We've got this on the lowest quality, like 480p, it's not lowest high def because let's see. The cool thing is I opened up the event, and I think even if the footage cuts out, at least I can go back and edit those parts out. But it has to show me like the YouTube live button for me to know it's live. I just want to see if it like pixelates or does anything weird.
What happened?
Oh, he talked about like trying to come up with the. He saw these super cool shoes, the AP 3000,
Okay.
but they're really expensive. But yeah,
Are you gonna read the other 2 chapters?
Until we get our signal. I haven't retried switching it over to Starlink. Yeah, it's back live. Yeah, it's back live. So
what's the password for Starlink?
Starlink.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just told you.
Oh, Starlink.
Capital S, capital L, one word.
S T A R shift L I N.
Did it reboot itself?
Yeah.
There. That's the drums.
Oh, you smoky.
It's called Peach.
Fancy cars.
Huh?
There are some fancy cars being pulled.
Okay.
Some really nice ones.
I'll watch it. I don't know what the fuck he was doing.
I'll need me a 4%. See if he's someone in there. Check out the pros.
It's like that. Computer dying. 9%. So, sort of.
Get a sheriff's sergeant everywhere. Oh, you got a sheriff's truck from there. I guess forks. Try the protein.
Where are they?
Should be, there should be some either in the round thing, or if not, there's the baggie of color.
Yeah, we can't afford it.
You're a gimpy fork?
Well, that's, I can't afford it.
I gimpy fork. They warm up.
They're not cold.
Well, I didn't think they'd be like steaming, you know.
They're warm.
Shoot.
I had one.
They just blew up through the pyramid.
Yeah. It's cut right through it.
Isn't that interesting? Very interesting that they couldn't go around this side, right? This one they had to go right through it.
Oh, there's already a road going around it.
The old highway, I'm assuming.
Probably.
The new highway's like, we're gonna go right through the bend.
Wow. Yeah, there's a road down there. Could have been one way both ways.
Other tops on it. Hands to you, just squish down. Put the lid on. Coloring book story thing. Look cute.
Yeah, they look cute.
Well, I'm trying to figure out how to do character consistency because every time I type something in, it regenerates them differently. So I have to learn how to use that Google video generator.
Like how to
Just
teach it
counterpart-
to use the same.
Yeah, because it generates frames, and if you want to use any of those, so it's like I want to see if it's consistent or not. Because the problem with any AI video generator is that the shit's consistent. But images are one thing, but making movies are so fucking. You're literally having to do with 30 frames per second, so you have to generate one frame for how many frames per minute? Shit ton.
Yeah, don't fall asleep. Make me too.
I could fucking fall asleep if I want to.
No.
Oh my god. I don't have
Silver alert. No Chevy. Uh-huh.
I just reboot that. Something's going on. Nothing's working. Okay, my newsletter out for the YouTube class. Oh.
I don't know why I'm like so close that I. Thank you for reminding me. Papa, can you fetch up the mustard wrap? It's in the blue lidded container.
Some stangled meatballs.
Mm-hmm. Wraps and mustard.
There.
Wraps and mustard.
Meatballs and meats.
Oh, is that what stinks?
Oh, yeah.
You like my comment
You know what they smell like.
I think you know what stinks.
Yeah, nobody's waving or honking at us yet today.
No, this one's driving so slow. There's like a lineup.
You're driving slow, you're doing 80.
No, I know, but he's driving so slow that there's a lineup. Because I know I'm doing 78. 79 on this. There's still another 2 vehicles.
Busy day. Probably busier once we go through the San Antonio to Houston connector.
You know what's also nice about prepping all of
Being a
food
saw.
is that I don't have all the dishes for the food. I do have dishes for when I put the food in to carry the food. But
Nice.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
I don't even know what that is.
isn't Florida the only place too?
I don't even know what that is.
Isn't Florida the only place too where you can have?
Does it mean?
No, so that means yes, you are.
Say partially in that will be a Florida magazine. Man in Florida. Florida magazine. Man in Florida.
What do you think I did? What do you think I did with the wraps, Mike? I bathed
Trump. Florida man claims.
with the wraps, Mike. I bathed
Trump. Florida man claims he only drinks
another cyber.
drinks. Florida man.
Yeah, that's you. And Dora, we sucked good.
Florida man is fucking hot as balls in Florida.
But you heard what I said about that earlier. I'm like, is that what stinks?
I just watched him yesterday.
You sure?
I'm not saying end of story.
Exactly. Dad made a comment about warming up his balls, and then that would be the meatballs that I grabbed, and I was like, oh, it's worse.
How's that worse?
Oh my god, just giving Penelope nightmares.
Wow, that's okay.
You have nightmares, Penelope? Flapping
My
balls,
nightmares is
balls slapping against
my
asses.
nightmare is a stereotypical family like in all the movies.
That's your
That's a
nightmare.
nightmare.
Not your dad giving you the image of balls slapping against a butt.
Mom's butt, yeah. Well, who else's butt
Unless
would they?
if I have dirty thoughts, I keep them to myself.
Who else would they be slapping against?
Why did you be so grotesque?
You're the one describing it wrong.
What, slapping balls?
Yeah, against butts.
Okay, so did you read 3 chapters?
Yes.
Okay, so what is this book about so far?
So far, he saw the wolf, shoes. The man's son came in and he's like, I guess I'll get them. If I don't like them, I'll just give them to the dog. Pretty much saying that he's super rich.
Oh, that doesn't matter.
But yeah, they went on. He went home and played a video game, but his friend texted him, telling him there's a portal. You know how there was a portal in the last book?
Portal? Oh, okay.
That's how the zombies came. But yeah.
We just decided to last minute. They like right in my like area.
Just decided to look into it.
Okay, do some Disneyland research so I can listen to it, Penelope.
What?
Do some Disneyland
I
research.
was on video for a little bit and then I put.
Oh, this is cool.
This is cool. Now we can see it.
Huh?
This like area where we're driving through the mountain where they clearly like
Well, we're gonna see all the stuff we couldn't see today. Today that we couldn't see the other day when it was dark out, right? Plus, it should all be on my YouTube account. I'll find out. Yeah, balls. But they're a bit sweaty.
God.
much. It's amazing how hungry I am. We get up at 5:30 in the morning.
You're not sleeping, you're eating.
No, what's sorry?
You're not sleeping, you're eating.
No.
Slushy left? You're what? Anything else you want to do in Orlando, Penelope?
I don't think so. But I'll look up.
Okay. Spending a lot of money at Disney, but we're lucking out that there's a deal that we're going to get him for $89,
Better
better than
than
$150. Determined though, so I think we get to go into the park, even though there's no fast pass. I think we can get into Animal Kingdom at 7:30. And I don't know if we should do one of the two like super popular rides.
might want to do another water park when we're there. What do you think of that? We could do another water park the week before we leave. Week after. Well, you have to go look it up.
Go look at the Universal water parks.
Go look at the Universal water park. Go do research. Entertain me. I need somebody to entertain me with something. Your dad wants to hear it too. So find some stuff.
Oh my gosh! You find it.
I can't. I'm driving.
Dad finds it.
I got to do. I'm doing this for 30 minutes and I got a Zoom call. So you put it on. Thanks.
1 o'clock Mountain Standard Time.
Huh?
1 o'clock Mountain
It's at
Standard.
2 Mountain.
2 Mountain. Oh,
1. I have no idea.
because right now it's 1:30. Still at Disney World. And where?
It's penetrating at it.
Yeah, we'll get ones that we don't necessarily like, and then whenever we go to those
Except
3
you end up
days-
buying ones you like fucking Halloween ones.
Yeah. Yeah, but the ones you like, you don't get. Well, you get ones that are like, they're bland, and then we can see if we pin trade up some better ones. Hey, did you find anything?
I'm still looking. Oh, I hate being research.
This is good for you. It's good practice. How is it not good for you to practice looking up stuff? And especially for something fun like that. Can't you use chat?
I'm not sure if chat's going to get it right.
I've been using Safari, DuckDuckGo's chat model. It works fine. Until I catch it in lies.
Pretty sure everything lies.
Because I asked if there's a difference between the Wendy's spicy nuggets at, in Texas, specifically El Paso, as to Mississippi. And it told me no. And then I said, well, that's strange because clearly they tasted different when we had them at the different locations. Then it came back with, however, the recipe is the same. Each location might adjust the flavors for the clientele. So thus saying, yes, they made them spicier in El Paso. The others are white, bland, Stacy, or spicy. This one I'm more like, this is like so lame. Go to El Paso, I'm sure you'll actually get the spicy. Like when they bring spicy things in, they have to be spicy there, Mike. Or they'll be laughed at by their locals. Or the locals will laugh at them.
Ready for my next nap, but I need to do Zoom call.
Penelope, do that. I want to find out. Tell me.
No.
Go on research. Okay, then you
Give me
can
your
give
phone.
Yes, then you can give Dad your tablet.
I'm editing a stupid video.
Give me your phone, Mom.
My phone's right
So I'm gonna
here.
use headphones for my call, I think.
I have
have
low
battery.
battery, so someone's got to plug my phone in.
I got 2 bars on my work. Half hour. I think I'm gonna see him in Orlando. He was the guy with the wheelchair in front of us in Nashville. Kept bumping our table. Their battery's like dead.
I just. Was I supposed to turn off?
No! I fucking unplugged my phone.
I was like, I didn't think I missed to turn off. You're telling me I missed to turn off? Just you wouldn't area.
some food.
Are you doing research for me?
Yeah.
Okay, answer either of the questions that I asked.
Did you guys?
Oh my god! Said, okay, so look up the other water parks in Orlando. And then there was about the pins. Pin trading.
Experiences. Walt Disney World is designed to be the ultimate vacation destination, but behind all the magic is a system that can feel confusing and intimidating for beginners. Between deciphering ticket options, making sense of lightning lanes, choosing where to stay, it's no surprise that many feel lost before they've even arrived.
New rules for Disney World coasters.
Hi, I'm the Frugal Brit, and in this video I'll be giving you a step-by-step beginner's guide to planning Disney World for 2025 and beyond, covering everything you'll need to plan with confidence, including the big changes to the lightning lane system, a steady comeback of the on-site advantages. It's all divided into chapters, so you can easily skip past stuff you don't need with the help of timestamps. Without further ado, let's dive in. In this first chapter, I'll be explaining broadly what Disney World is and what it offers. For those that have never visited, you may associate Disney World as the theme park with the castle. At risk of sounding like a promo, it is actually far more than just a theme park. It's a massive entertainment resort complex in Orlando. And by massive, we're talking about the same land area as San Francisco and twice the size of Manhattan. Within that space, you'll find 4 full-scale theme parks, 2 water parks, more than 25 hotels, golf courses, shopping districts, even a sports complex. So this is what sets Disney World apart. Whilst Universal Orlando up the road is incredible and ever expanding, it'll never be anywhere near the scale of Walt Disney World, in terms of size at least. Key to all this is, of course, the theme parks. These are the main attractions. I'll give a brief and broad overview of each park. I did recently do updated attraction tours for all the parks. If you want a more detailed tour, I'll link to these in the video description. The oldest Disney World park is Magic Kingdom, which opened in 1971, located towards the top of Disney World. This is the most recognisable Disney park, the one with Cinderella's castle. It's all about classic Disney, themed around fairy tales, adventure and the future. It's the best park for families with young kids, but honestly, it's a must for anyone visiting Disney World. Its newest ride is Tiana's Bayou Adventure, which replaced the old Splash Mountain. You've also got the Tron Light Cycle Run Thrill Coaster, which opened a couple years ago. Epcot is the second park, which opened in 1982, located in the middle of Disney World. You'll likely be familiar with its geodesic sphere that resembles a golf ball. This is Disney's most unusual park, originally designed to recreate the magic of the World's Fairs from the 60s and beyond, with half of it devoted to futurism, and the other half containing pavilions based off of different countries, with top-tier restaurants spread throughout. It's in this half of the park where the Frozen Ever After ride is located. World Showcase is also known for its seasonal festivals, which run almost year-round. Outside of World Showcase, you have Disney World's biggest headliner currently, which is the Guardians of the Galaxy Cosmic Rewind indoor coaster. Next, we have Disney's Hollywood Studios, located just south of Epcot. Originally, this park was designed to be a behind-the-scenes look at how movies are made, with sound stages and live productions. But over time, it's evolved into an immersive park.
Members wearing yarn or hip hats. Pin trading boards. You'll find pin boards in various different merchandise locations throughout the park, Disney Springs and resorts.
Okay, so various.
Yes.
Various locations.
Yes. Pin trading. Always ask before touching a cat. Okay.
Always asking for touching.
Where to find pins and trading?
I have that upload this.
Pins, Disney pin trading, spring, pin trade skins. Epcot, Magic Kingdom, Resort. I'm pretty sure.
Animal Kingdom.
There's Magic Kingdom, Epcot. I don't see it.
Do you want me to read it?
Sure, this is just using the AI.
Quick, it's like a check on the survey soon. Be aware of counterfeit pins. I think realistically any of the shops usually have it. So
Animal Kingdom and Hollywood shit.
it is.
Maybe your fat ass is going to Penelope.
Trade at
Hollywood Studios
Hollywood Studios
and Animal Kingdom.
and Animal Kingdom. Yes.
Do you guys need to stop again? Is that just like there's a picnic area in 1 mile?
You
And
know,
that back
See
on,
what
I
Max's
want
problem is?
I gotta get on this call anyway
Yeah.
in 10 minutes. So
Well, I just want to take Max out since he was
that's
having.
fine. I'll jump on my.
Yeah, and then we'll get back to that. We'll listen to this. Okay, does it suggest anywhere good at those
No,
locations?
like anywhere has it, Mom. Any shop.
So you want to buy ones that we don't like as much but are nice, and then see if we can trade up for better ones?
Yeah.
And we can make the goal to get as many like Jack Skellington ones.
And yeah.
Or Inside Out or whatever ones you want to collect.
I was uploading.
Okay, let's take a quick break because I know Max is losing his mood. I have to go this way, right?
No, they gotta dump in water, but we don't need any of that shit.
No.
Oh, this is the same one. Well, the opposite
Head
side.
southeast.
Where we filled up last time.
In a quarter mile, merge onto I-10 East.
Over here. Okay. Did you want to go for a quick little walk, Penelope?
Quite pricey though, considering they're in a value resort. There's also a limited number of suites at All-Star Music Resort, which are a bit cheaper. When it comes to dining, expect food courts rather than full-service restaurants. One of the biggest differences with value resorts is transportation. The 3 All-Star resorts rely entirely on buses to get to the theme parks. However, Art of Animation and Pop Century connect to Epcot and Hollywood Studios via the Skyliner gondola system. I'll cover more on this in Chapter 6. Moving on to the moderate resorts, which provide a balance between affordability and upgraded theming. One of the biggest differences at the moderate resorts is the overall atmosphere. These hotels are designed to feel more like themed destinations instead of the fun, oversized Disney decor. Like the values, rooms here are also externally accessed. Hotel buildings spread out across large resorts. Worth noting, though, that Port Orleans French Quarter is a bit of an exception, the compact layout making it easier to get around. The rooms at the moderate resorts offer a bit more space at 314 square feet, and upgraded decor compared to the values, with some offering unique themed rooms. A big step up for the values is the pool experience, as the moderates tend to have larger, better themed pools with water slides and hot tubs. Unlike the values, which only have quick service food courts, moderates feature a mix of quick service and table service dining. For transportation, Disney's Caribbean beaches on the Skyliner, making it a popular pick. And the two Portal Inns resorts are on the Sasagula River, which takes you over to Disney Springs. The remaining category is the deluxe resorts, which are designed to immerse guests in elaborate themes, whether it's the African savanna views of Disney's Animal Kingdom Lodge, the Victorian elegance of Disney's Grand Floridian Resort and Spa, or the Pacific Northwest-inspired Wilderness Lodge. These resorts aim to feel like destinations in their own right. They feature some of Disney World's best restaurants, including signature dining experiences and character meals. One of the biggest advantages is transportation. The Magic Kingdom area resorts offer monorail access, walking paths to the Magic Kingdom, and both transportation. Guests who don't have hotels in the Epcot resort area can get to Epcot and Hollywood Studios either by boat, Skyliner, or walking. Animal Kingdom Lodge.
Content's kind of like so basic. This, at least this video. Disney food blog, DFB, they usually have better. She's at least sounds better and more exciting.
How the fuck do I exit out of that shit?
Edda, what are you doing? What are you doing?
This beauty products don't regret it. Yes. Age restrictions on restaurants, the issue with reservations, and split hotel stays, and the time you actually need to get a line. Okay, so
Video isn't just about the real dining rules around Disney, it's also about the new DFB rules that we've been eager to tell you about but haven't had the chance to share.
Oh my god, why is your phone so fucked with cables?
Oh,
hey everybody, it's AJ for Disney.
Now, I know a video about Disney rules, especially new rules, can be intimidating, but I promise today's video will accomplish 3 things. 1, you're going to learn something about Disney dining that you weren't aware of before. 2, you're going to get a better idea of what new and classic Disney restaurants expect from their guests before you step over the threshold. And 3, you're going to find out some new DFB rules that we think you should also incorporate into your future restaurant plans because, you know, we're in the parks every single day and there are some things we definitely stick by to make dining around property 10 times better. So this rule has some major updates due to some new restaurants and just some remember before. But this year, it's going to be crucial for you to know from here on out. Select few, and I mean very select few, restaurants around Disney property have age restrictions now, like the ultra fancy restaurants, for instance. Before, Victoria and Albert's over at Disney's Grand Floridian Resort and Spa was the only quadruple dollar sign die experience on Disney World Kid, but I know my kid at age 10 was much more into hot dogs and McDonald's. Anyway, before other ultra fancy signature dining experiences like Epcot's the Kumite and Monsieur Paul didn't have age restrictions, but in recent years, things have changed. Now, guests must be 10 years or older to dine at Monsieur Paul in Epcot and 8 years or older to dine at Kumite. And since we're already in Epcot, let's talk about the newest dining and drinking experience entering the scene that has an even stricter age limit to keep in mind. GO82, whether you want to go to the fireworks viewing or you just want to take a sip and gander around GO82, you must be at least 21 years old to enter this establishment. So this could be a good date night option, bachelorette party location, or just a fun Epcot outing with your fellow adult friends. But if you've got kids with you, you're not going to be able to enter this lounge. Other locations around Disney may also have different age restrictions, like how Trader Sam's Grog Grotto is for guests 21 and older after 8 p.m. But I'd say like 98% of Disney's restaurants, even lounges and bars, are typically made for the whole family to enjoy. You just need to double check each restaurant's and lounge's website to make sure you know the finer details before you book it. Our DFB rule that we live by, book the new hard-to-get restaurants first. So along with the opening of Geo 82, there's another lounge that's also more than likely going to require advanced dining reservations opening later on this year. This is the Pirates of the Caribbean themed lounge called Beacon Barrel inside Magic Kingdom's Adventureland. It's going to be family friendly, so no age restrictions to worry about with this one. But if we've learned one thing about Disney World restaurants over the years, it's this. You've got to book those reservations as early as possible if you plan to hit up a restaurant or lounge shortly after its big debut. We've seen it time and again. When Shiki Sai, Sushi Izakaya, and Epcot opened back in August 2023, booked up solid. When Summer House on the Lake in Disney Springs opened back in 2023, booked up solid. When Cake Bake Shop opened in Disney's Boardwalk Inn back in October 2024, booked. So now it's time for all of you to follow the golden DFB rule. The new restaurants that you want to drink and dine at need to take priority when you're booking advanced dining reservations for your trip. Don't just book reservations in chronological order if you can help it. Instead, see which locations are going to have the highest demand and snag your table while you can, if you can. For example, let's say I'm going on a 3-day trip and planning to eat at Skipper Canteen in Magic Kingdom on day 1, Yak and Yeti and Animal Kingdom on day 2, and Roundup Rodeo Barbecue in Hollywood Studios on day 3. Even though Roundup Rodeo Barbecue has been open since March 2023, it's still one of the newest restaurants as of right now across the parks, so reservations continue to book up relatively quickly. Instead of booking your Skipper Canteen reservations first, simply because it's the first restaurant you're going to be dining at on your trip, you'll want to skip ahead and book the reservation for Roundup Rodeo Barbecue as soon as you're able to at that 60-day window at 6 a.m. Then you can backtrack and book the remainder of your Disney table services that are a little less in demand. Keep in mind that this strategy only works if you're staying at a Disney-owned hotel during your visit. For those staying off property, dining reservations are going to open up 60 days before your visit, and you're only going to be able to make reservations one day at a time. But if you're staying at a Disney hotel, you'll have a 60-day window plus up to 10 days worth of reservations, depending on how long your hotel stay is, that you can also go ahead and book to help you cover your whole trip's timeline with just one phone call or website session. Use those extra days to your advantage. Whether you're staying on property or not, remember that advanced dining reservations go live at 6 a.m. Eastern online and 7 a.m. Eastern via phone. So if you want the best chance of getting those prime reservation spots, try to go the online route over the phone route to give an hour head start over those who are dialing in. Now, this is a super interesting rule that we just had experience with very recently. Again, this is why we make all the mistakes so that you don't have to. Split stays are going to mess up your extra 10-day booking window. So Disney won't outright admit that they're going to mess up your dining reservations depending on your upcoming hotel stay, but this is something that one of our DFB editors recently experienced firsthand on her lap, her family. First, let me give you a quick recap on split hotels. The editor did something similar. She booked reservations for a suite over at Disney's Saratoga Springs for the first night of her out from her trip. She logged onto the Disney World website right at 5:45 a.m. because sometimes reservations drop a little earlier online, which is something you should keep in mind too, and notice that she was only able to book 1 day's worth of reservations. Weird, right? After all, she had 7 days worth of Disney hotel rooms. So shouldn't she have been able to access an advanced dining reservation window that was 60 days out, plus an extra 7 days covering her whole visit? Turns out when you book a split stay, regardless of whether both of your hotel reservations are on the same account, for some reason Disney's AVRs don't recognize the full duration of your stay on property. Our editor called Disney's reservation hotline once rolled around just to see if there were a great way to check out different Disney hotels during your visit, and they can also be a great way to get 2 free tickets to water parks while Disney's doing the free water park ticket on your check-in day. But just be aware that they won't allow you to make advanced dining reservations for the full duration of your stay on property. They're only going to let you make reservations for that one specific hotel stay, and then when the first day of your next hotel stay rolls around, that's when you're going to be able to make reservations for that hotel stay. I hope that makes sense. I know, it's confusing. This next rule is much easier. Don't ignore the classics. Now, if it weren't for my DFB team, I'd never be able to catch up with all the new dining stuff constantly happening around the Disney World scene. It's a beast of an undertaking, y'all. And if you don't believe me, just ask our DFB guidebook writer. By the way, you can do over on dfbstore.com. We even have Disney dining terminology in there because we're basically the Duolingo of Disney dining, which you know if you have the guide and you scroll to page 16. Anyway, when working on this video, I asked one of our guidebook team editors, Lisa, about what she would consider to be a good DFB rule to shout out today, since she spent so much time scouring through the digital pages of our guide. And what she said was, well, You can probably already guess by the title at this point. Don't ignore the classics. Now, even though Disney is so creative and comes out with them huge,
cash accumulation and flexible premium payments she can adjust as her family's needs change.
all this time. Well, you need to let the carrot cake cookie warm up for a little bit before you eat it because it can get kind of gummy in the middle if you eat it cold. But anyway, don't be automatically dazzled by a fancy new treat simply because it's new. Easy to ignore those Disney snacks that have been on the menus for 5 or 6 or 10 or more years. But the classics are classics for a reason. And we want to make sure you don't forget that. So if you're not sure which snacks are DFB's top classic recommendations, or if you think you've got a good idea, but you just want to make sure you're right on the money, we do have our full DFB guide with all our favorite Disney World snacks that you can turn to. We've also got a free snack guide that'll give you a snippet of 10 classic snacks that we love in each park, as well as a free snack map to go along with them. It's going to help you track these down during your park day. So you can download the free best snack guide by scanning the QR code you see on the screen now, or clicking the link on the description that says disneyfoodblog.com/bestsnacks. If you want our full list of snack recommendations, head over to dfbstore.com and you'll see multiple times over the past few years. So if you haven't been to Disney in a while, this is the good one to pay attention to. So the rule of thumb nowadays for most table service restaurants is that your dining reservation can be canceled up to 2 hours before the time you're supposed to dine with no charge or penalty. If you're trying to cancel a reservation with less than 2 hours to spare, or you're a complete no-show to your reservation, you're going to be charged $10 per person. However, select number of restaurants have different cancellation policies and no-show fees, of course, because why would it be easy? I'll go ahead and post them on the screen for you, so pause if you need a little extra time to review. You don't want to listen to me go through all of these with my, with my blah, blah, right? So what's the common thread with all of these cancellation policy exceptions? These are probably going to be your priciest dining experiences that usually ask you to pay the full price for your meal ahead of your visit. So you want to be extra sure you're getting those advanced dining reservations canceled if you need to, just as soon as you can if you want to avoid being charged way more than $10 per person for a no-show fee, or even worse, if you want to avoid getting charged the full amount for the experience without getting a chance to do it. If you're on your way to the restaurant but you're running behind, I always recommend calling the restaurant, again, if you can, as soon as possible to let them know you're on your way. Disney's restaurants usually give you a 15 to 20 minute grace period if you're not at the restaurant right on time, but there's a good chance that the restaurant's going to have to charge you and give up your table to the next group if you're running any later than that. And that's not a lie, my friends. That has happened to me. So they need to give that table away. They're not going to hold that for you. Another new DFB rule for you, use the walk-up bar seating to get the best burgers in Disney World. Now, confession, I'm not the biggest fan of most Disney burgers. They're not like the worst thing ever, but a lot of them are overdone. They're like hockey pucks, and I'm talking about the ones like at the counter service restaurants in the parks, right? I don't trust those burgers. But back in 2021, Steakhouse 71 over at Contemporary Resort came into my life and introduced me to that ultra cheesy stack burger. And then just a few months ago, Wailulu Bar and Grill over at the new Disney Vacation Club Island Tower for Disney Polynesian Village Resorts introduced me to the slightly sweet and slightly spicy Wayfinder burger. That's when I realized I used to hate on Disney burgers, but now 2 of my favorite things to eat on Disney property are, ironically enough, these 2 burgers. Normally, you need to book advanced dining reservations for the Steakhouse 71 dining room. And over at Wailulu, even though tables are all first come, first serve, you might end up waiting hours for a table to open up, especially if there are already other guests vulturing the area waiting for a table too. This is where each location's bar seating is going to put you at an advantage. You don't need a reservation for the Steakhouse 71 bar or even lounge area, so you can find open seating, you can sit down and order drinks, as well as a limited number of food items, which yes, includes the snack burger all day long, thank goodness, because that's what I wanted anyway. Meanwhile, the Wailulu bar seating works similarly to its table seating. You just grab what you can find. However, bar seating tends to be much easier to snag than a table here, and could save you hours worth of just waiting around, hoping to get your hands on a juicy Wayfinder burger. And if the bar for either location isn't going to work for you, there's always Plan C. Use either location's table service to-go option featured on your My Disney Experience app. A limited number of Disney's resort table services have mobile carryout options, including Wailulu and Steakhouse 71. So while you may not be able to enjoy your meal at the restaurant itself, you can still take your burger, I don't know, out to the beach or whatever and have a little picnic, or take it back to your room and watch golf while you eat it. That's what I do. I don't know why, but I always watch golf when I'm in the hotel rooms. Now, the highly controversial red dye number 3 is being banned from all foods and drinks in the United States, and that goes for the snacks found around Disney World too. Food and drink manufacturers have until 2027 to find an alternative to the food coloring additive. So we got a new rule. This particular candies that contain red dye number 3. Now, are they just going to up and disappear from the park? Well, Disney does have until 2027 to either get rid of these products altogether. Something you're concerned about, make sure to check those ingredients lists on each product before you buy them. And in case you're wondering, we're also happy to report that Disney's candy, Rice Krispies, M&Ms, you're having tried. But this can be super problematic for multiple reasons. So try not to hoard table service reservations at the same time. For example, if you're going to Epcot, a place that has lots of Disney restaurants, and you can't decide if you want to go to GO82 or Space 220 or Garden Grill, don't try to make reservations for all 3 at noon on the same day. I know I don't have to tell you this because you too want to make sure that as many folks as possible have access to dining reservations, and you don't want to become the pack rat of the ADR world. But in a hypothetical situation where things go topsy-turvy and you decide that, yeah, you do want to try to become an ADR pack rat, weird goals, but what else? Not only is this a really mean strategy going to take reservations away from other guests, but Disney's not even going to let you go through withholding all those in the end. Depending on the restaurant, they're going to either boot you out of those reservations, or they're going to straight up not even allow you to do it. And if someone were to try and game the ADR system by booking multiple meals at the same time under different accounts just to save them in case you want them, or even without logging into a Disney account, well, just don't do that. It's not cool. Just be cool. Again, I know you wouldn't do that. That's why we're all friends here, but thought I'd throw it out into the universe regardless. That Disney is not going to let you book multiple reservations at the same time on your account. And if you try to game the system, it's just, again, just be cool. I love this next one. In time for hot cookie hour. This is a very under the radar, deep cut rule. It's located in the Landing District, and you all know this. We love Gideon's, but Gideon's serves up half-pound cookies, cake slices, specialty coffees, and while Gideon's baked goods are amazing to chow down on at any time, there are 2 special hours offered daily that are going to elevate your experience, and they are called Hot Cookie Hour. Runs from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. and 4 p.m. on into the building. Gideon's racks up those long lines and also sometimes uses a virtual queue so that the line doesn't basically snake all around Disney Springs. And if that queue doesn't have you returning until after hot cookie hour is over, well, you'll still get a cookie, but you're not going to get a hot cookie and you're not going to get the scoop of vanilla ice cream to keep it company. So here are some important tips to help you improve your chances of gracing the Gideon's building when the clock strikes ice cream o'clock. Tip number 1, as soon as you arrive at Disney Springs, check out Gideon's virtual queue situation. Gideon's going to open at 10 a.m. each day, and that's typically when you'll see the shortest virtual queue around 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. In order to join the virtual queue, you'll have to visit the bakehouse in person, where a Gideon's employee will add you to the walk-up wait list. When it's your turn to visit the bakery, you get a text message telling you to come on back, which brings me to my next point. Tip number 2, tell the Gideon's employee out front that you're trying to time your visit to align with hot cookie hour. While they may not be able to give you an exact estimated time you should return or be in line by, they can help you figure out the best plan based on the crowds and demand that they've already been seeing that day. And tip number 3, do not show up right at the start or during hot cookie hour. Depending on the Disney Springs crowd, virtual queues for Gideon's can be up to 3 hours long. So you don't want to wait until the last minute to join if hot cookie hour is important to you, like it is to me. Back in the day, Disney World had a handful of restaurants that stay open 24/7 for late, really late diners. But ever since the 2020 closures, all the Disney restaurants stick with a lot stricter hours nowadays. So that means no more going to Gasparilla Island Grill, Captain Cook's, or Peekaboo RIP to get your like 2 a.m. nosh. That doesn't mean you're not going to find any late night places to grab a bite inside the Disney bubble. Many of the Disney resorts have food courts that stay open late until 11 p.m. But if you're looking for a more relaxed atmosphere, check out your hotel lounges to enjoy light bites and beverages, because usually these are going to stay open till 11 p.m. as well.
Were you born between 1981 and 19? Just answer a few quick questions and you'll receive 7.
If you'd like something a bit quicker,
doing any reservations or anything like that, because I'm like, then that takes up time going and doing the rides and the sightseeing.
Yeah, but it's not the cookie thing. That stuff's in Disney Springs, which you don't have to have a park pass. And you don't have to have a park pass in? No.
I don't think so. Not that.
Lounge, don't sleep on the grab-and-go counters at the Disney hotels. Much like the other mean is that you always need to buy them if you're looking for the best vacation conveniences, and if you're looking for enhanced experiences that your kids are going to remember forever. After all, every purchase counts. I love a classic touristy keychain as much as the next person, but if you're wanting to purchase something extra at Disney that you're not just going to forget about at the bottom of your backpack somewhere, then you might want to think about purchasing the gift of experiences instead. How about the lack of fare? That sounds weird. Is it not normal to buy your own hair inside a theme park? Okay, I promise this is a lot less creepy than it sounds. In fact, I think it's actually charming. Harmony Barbershop is a vintage style salon inside Magic Kingdom where all of this.
Okay, sorry, what? What chips? Oh, she's got crackers. Yeah, they're in the bin under here. Those protein bars together kind of. So experiences. And so you know what? We're gonna pay extra for one experience. Typhoon Lagoon at night. Does that sound like a good experience, Penelope?
Ouch.
That needs to not be.
I know.
Okay. I asked for food and you're just feeding yourself. And then you left everything open.
Yeah.
Oh my god!
My fucking shoulder's fucked.
So you
I
can
can't even move. What do you want? I can't see nothing.
do you want the rest of the veggies, Penelope? Sure. Give her that. What have you done to your arm?
I don't know. I was just sense.
My leg's awful. It's like you're like slicing yourself up.
With my fingernails.
Maybe it's a mismatch. Okay. Like there should be the bag near the middle, and that's got the protein bars that were frozen.
Yeah, it's underneath their fucking stuck on chicken.
Give me one. I left everything back in there. I'm excited to go to a Typhoon Lagoon themed event. And get to eat some like freaking ice cream sandwiches and popcorn. What else?
It's got fart on me.
Alright.
Can't be any worse than when Dixon.
Can go and get their hair cut on Main Street USA. The most memorable part of this experience is taking your little one to get their very first haircut in Disney World. The My First Haircut experience starts at $28, pretty cheap, and includes not only the haircut itself, but also a commemorative Mickey ear hat, a keepsake lock of hair, and an official milestone certificate. Oh, wait, Bria's got one for you too.
Hey friends, Bria the scriptwriter here. In past videos, I've written warnings to parents about taking their little ones to Bibbidi Bobbidi Boutique in Magic Kingdom, just because it's a fairly expensive dress-up experience that not every kid is going to absolutely love. When I was a kid, I would have loved the dress-up part, but hated the hairstyling part. Every time my mom came over with a brush, I'd freak out, and she was always like, "You've got to let me brush your hair, or we've just got to go get it cut." So let's just say the majority of my childhood, I sported a nice short top. And I know there are a lot of kiddos out there who feel similarly. There are also kiddos who aren't going to love having all the attention on them for that much time. It's just a matter of preference and personality. But if you've got a kid in your group who'd love to be treated like royalty while inside Magic Kingdom, then Bibbidi Bobbidi Boutique is one of those once-in-a-lifetime moments that you'll want to make reservations for before your kid ages out of
There are police reported ahead.
packages and different price points that you can choose from, but each package will give your kiddo the opportunity to star in their own magical fairy tale for the next 90 minutes. And their very own fairy godmother will pamper them with makeup, hairstyles, costumes, and accessories that you're going to want to take a gazillion pictures of.
Next on my list of experiences is a fireworks cruise. Private fireworks cruises allow you and up to 10 guests to watch either the Magic Kingdom or Epcot fireworks from a whole new and very watery vantage point. This specialty cruise comes with piped-in music straight from the nighttime spectaculars, as well as your own captain, and an assortment of snacks and soft drinks. You can also add on some festive banners and decor for no extra cost while making your big reservation if your group is planning on celebrating. I actually took my parents on an anniversary cruise, and it was awesome. Fireworks cruises sail out of the Contemporary, Polynesian, Grand Floridian, Fort Wilderness, and Wilderness Lodge marinas if you want to see the Magic Kingdom show, and they sail from Yacht and Beach Club if you want to see the Epcot show. Both types of fireworks cruises start at $399. You can call to book one before your trip at 407-939-7529. And I took my parents on an anniversary cruise, and it was one of the most fun things that we did together. And now that my dad's gone, those memories are 1000% something that I treasure much more than like a Spirit jersey. And speaking of experiences, there are so many more things you can do in Disney World that a lot of people don't even know about. We've got a video coming up, or maybe it's already up. I'm not sure when these are going up, but it talks about a bunch of things that you can do in Disney World that you didn't even know existed. That's going to be a really fun one to look at as you're thinking about where does it make sense to spend your kind of souvenir budget. Now, I talked about taking my parents, but what about the kids? How about moments that'll make your kids go, are you sure this is okay? This is your chance to really blow your kids' minds. While it's important to keep little ones on a stricter schedule when it comes to regular naps and feeding times, just to help keep the tantrums at a minimum, your older kids might find it really cool if their parents decided to loosen the reins of the rules just a little bit while you're in the Disney world. After all, happens in Disney stays in Disney. So what do I mean by that? Well, this is me giving you permission to purchase things like ice cream for breakfast one morning, or a custom Lego minifigure from the Lego store in Disney Springs, even though you've sworn off buying any more Legos because you're tired of stepping on them. A late night after hours event that'll go past everyone's bedtime as long as you got a day of rest planned for the next day, or a fun and colorful cupcake with their favorite character on top, even if you try to avoid purchasing food at the store just because they have a certain character set up on it. Nate, remember that one Disney vacation where we ordered pizza to our hotel and played card games while watching Mickey Mouse cartoons way past our bedtime? Now that was a good time. Yeah, personalized stuff. Why just purchase a souvenir when you could purchase a souvenir that actually means something to you, your family, and your trip? Here are some of our favorite custom gifts that you can pick up and take home with you and uniquely display afterwards. And remember that really awesome time you have with your family and friends. Now, if you visit Magic Kingdom's Yield Christmas Shop or Disney Springs Disney's Days of Christmas store, you can pick out a festive ornament, even in the middle of summer, to best represent your trip or your personal interests. Then, whatever ornament you choose, you can get it personalized by a really, really, really talented artistic cast member for a few dollars extra, depending on what details you decide to add. But personalized Disney World items don't just come in ornament form. Disney's got several opportunities for you to get exclusive engraved items like hats and shirts, jewelry, ears, parasols. Oh my gosh, that parasol my parents got me in Epcot when I was little. Oh my word, you guys, I had that in my room for probably 10 years. You got phone cases, candies, and more. Just to give you a few examples, there are those embroidered Mickey hats that you can get at Curtain Call Collectibles and Magic Kingdom if you want to get your hat personalized with a fun message or name. You can get customized M&Ms at the M&M store in Disney Springs, where each little chocolatey bite has photos, icons, texts, and colors tailored to what you want them to feature. Animal Kingdom has a customizable avatar figurine experience over at the Wind Traders gift shop, where you can make an avatar that looks sort of kind of like you. Kind of. And just to name one more out of the many customizable options around property, Hollywood Studios has a customizable lightsaber building experience over at Savi's Workshop and a build your own droid experience over at Droid Depot in Galaxy's Edge. So you can also build a much more affordable saber or droid over at Tatooine Traders in Echo Lake. Note, you do have to book reservations for Savi's Workshop in advance. Keep your eyes peeled, which personalized experiences. A few of these personalized opportunities can be found around more Disney Springs stores like Uniqlo, Marketplace Co-op, and the Art of Disney.
To this day,
The artwork that I've purchased while I've been at Disney World continues to be my favorite souvenir ever. My all-time favorite piece is the one that I got with my husband when we were on our honeymoon. It was over at Art of Disney in Disney Springs, and it's this beautiful picture of Mickey and Minnie standing outside the Grand Floridian Wedding Pavilion. And because we timed our visit just right, we were able to get our artwork signed by the actual artist too. Visiting artists frequently pop up in the Art of Disney store to answer questions and sign their work for free. So it's always worth checking and seeing if an artist that you admire is paying the shopping district a visit during your next trip. Another way to get artist signed artwork is by visiting Epcot's Festival of the Arts, where several artists will hang out around their booths, ready to autograph their work and chit-chat with you in the process.
Ooh, Bria, I agree 1,000%. I got this great piece of art just created at the Festival of the Arts for my room. It is like not own artistic skills or just have fun trying. In the afternoons, the Disney resorts usually have some sort of limited time arts and crafts activity going on that'll make for a memorable souvenir that you and your family can create yourself. We've seen tie-dyed shirts at Pop Century and several other hotels. I actually made tie-dye shirts with my son when he was little, and
The diseases are still there. They're not gone.
Oh my god, and the diseases are still
At the end of the day.
tie-dye.
Grand Floridian Resort and Spa, kukui nut necklaces at Polynesian Village, and lots of other activities offered during specific time frames throughout the week at all different hotels. These projects usually cost around $10 to $25 each. You can even make your own mini ears at Grand Floridian, but you can participate in making them even if you're not staying there as a guest yourself. And you don't need to make prior reservations for these either, which is a double win. There are also a few pricier art classes and projects you can partake in around the resorts that'll take longer than stringing beads on a necklace, like the Spanish mosaic art at Coronado Springs Grand Destino Tower and ceramic Cinderella castle painting at the Contemporary Resorts Bay Lake Tower. Again, these arts and crafts activities aren't always available every day of the week, so it's good to take a peek at the lobby's activities boards to see what's happening during your visit, as well as what time it's happening. Guest cast members will also be able to update you on the 411 to make sure you don't miss out on any of that fun, so be sure to call the resorts directly and see what's being offered. Now, how about classic souvenirs with unique twists? It's time to reinvent the traditional Disney souvenir to make it something new and exciting again. We're going to start with pressed pennies. You can find pressed penny designs and machines in almost every land around the parks. And since these doodads are only $1 each, they're one of the most affordable, if not the most affordable. Again, years on down the road and go, oh yeah, I remember these. Nah, instead of forgetting about your pressed pennies, consider purchasing a shadow box for them to put them on display or a little pressed penny folder pennies in a way that you can insert and switch out pressed pennies to show off several different designs, maybe your favorite rides. Plus, you can also find penny pals online for a really unique spin on a classic pressed penny souvenir. These come in a variety of animal designs that kids can use to display their pressed pennies proudly as a magnet or a keychain or even a necklace. Disney World also sells pressed penny books at several of their main gift shops to hold all your new copper treasures and to look back on them later on. Oh, hold on. Bria heard we're talking about souvenirs, so she's going to tell you about her pins.
Hello, everyone. It's your Disney.
Yeah, I know we have it somewhere, but we can collect new ones. And you collect the ones that you want. Okay, because it's like one of the cheapest ways to get a souvenir there. On top of the pins. What are you saying?
You still have to pay for all the crafts at the hotels.
That's what you were saying.
Mickey tie-dye shirt, $17. Ceramic pineapple, $10.
What kind of pineapple?
Ceramic. As if the Polynesian. So each one, they're just listing their schedules and the hours.
So you can, if you're not seeing it, you can technically go.
You can go there, you're just going to have to pay for the craft, right?
Like you can even get parked there.
Well, that's how you just end up walking around.
Take the bus system, right? Can you get the dip? The chips? Mom needs the dip. She's craving the dip. She's gonna lose it if she don't get the dip. With some carbs and dip. You better not be the dip. I just opened it in here and splashed our mouth. It is. We can clean that up later. How did you make it all curly? Did you actually make a big mess? I think so. It is. I slept it on to grab it. And I... Oh. Oh. Roll paper towels. You left it off my hand. No. Oh, that's good. Oh, okay. Let's listen to what else they're talking about.
Pin trading obsessed friend Bria back to show you what I do with my Disney pins after I've wrapped up a trip where I did a lot of pin trading and collecting and purchasing. The most obvious, cork boards. I've got a lot of cork boards decorating my office featuring my Tangled collection and my Stitch collection and my Disney Princess nesting doll set, but I've also got a few of these purses and bags with the clear windows where you can display your pins proudly without worrying about them falling off your bag and getting lost in the crowd or tripped on the sidewalk. Those are probably my two favorite ways to show off my pins, but I'd also give an honorable mention to displaying them on a denim jacket or, like AJ said before, inside a shadow box. Just be sure that if you do decide to wear a nice pin on your clothes, invest in a few of those butterfly clasps that you'll find at the craft stores versus just keeping the flimsy Mickey head ones that the pins come with. Those rubber Mickey heads are unpredictable, but the butterfly clasps lock in place to keep your pins nice and secure.
Ooh, and here's another really good souvenir. Getting all those character signatures, but getting them in a really cool way. Collecting a book full of signatures from your favorite Disney characters is really fun, but there are so many other unique ways to collect those autographs and put them on display. You can have characters sign a photo mat that'll eventually display one of your own PhotoPass pictures. You can get those Sharpies ready and have the characters sign your comfort water bottle, or maybe bring a white ball cap for the characters to sign. You can also do pillowcases, t-shirts, etc. Just make sure you're not wearing the thing you want them to sign. I get it. Usually, if you're investing in one of Disney's value resorts, you're trying to save money, not spend more money. But when it comes to the extra convenience that comes along with a preferred value room purchase, that's really hard to skip out on. Let me show you something real quick. Check out this map of Disney's All-Star Sports. Pretty massive, right? There are a whole lot of room possibilities you could be placed in. But the rooms located on the far end of the hotel are going to be quite a distance away from all the main amenities, like the food court, the surfboard pool, the gift shop, the lobby, and the bus stop. And sure, the walk might not seem insurmountable when you're at the start of your trip, but when you're in the thick of it and you got to walk all the way back to your room at the end of a 20,000 plus step park day, you bet you're going to be wishing you'd splurge that extra $30 per night for a preferred room that keeps it close to all the action. The downside, however, of a preferred room at a value hotel is, well, you're going to be close to all the action, which might make me sound like a hypocrite, but it's important to note that preferred rooms can get a lot noisier, especially if you got a pool view. Another important disclaimer, the standard value rooms at Disney's Art of Animation do not have a preferred option. If you're booking a Little Mermaid room, you're going to be placed out in the boonies, no matter what. Those prime preferred spots at Art of Animation are all reserved for the family suites, especially the Finding Nemo suites, which will cost you hundreds of dollars more per night to stay in, but will give you a lot more living space and fun theming and an extra bathroom. One of the main reasons I wanted to create the DFB Guide to Walt Disney World Dining in the first place is to give families a chance to come together and study all of Disney's different restaurants in one easy-to-digest guide. That way, it becomes so much easier to pinpoint the Disney restaurants that everyone in your group will unanimously agree on. When it comes to Disney's hundreds of dining experiences to choose from, you are bound to find at least a handful of options that checks off all the boxes for your group, which in turn means you're going to find a restaurant that's going to make everybody happy. And yes, 100% happiness is always going to be worth the asking price. So what exactly are these so-called boxes you need to be checking off when you're looking for a Disney World restaurant that everyone will be in favor of? Here, let me help you out. You'll want to make sure a Disney restaurant has a price point that fits your group's plan off group needs or wants. That is, one that's relatively quiet or has fireworks views or can accommodate big groups easily, etc. That's when you know you found a winner. Our new 2025 guidebook format has been created to make it super easy to see if a certain restaurant is going to work for your group or not. So if you're interested in checking it out and perhaps using it to create a cute and fun family night where you all come together to browse the guide and make a comprehensive list of all the places you want to try on your next Disney World adventure, then head on over to dfbstore.com. There you can browse our guide, sense to either. And best of all, if you're not someone who's too keen on decorating your house with a whole lot of Mickey hats, the shops around these pavilions will provide you with a variety of souvenirs that aren't just Disney inspired. Though you will find unique Disney inspired options in these shops too, it's just not everything is Disney. But instead of just talking about the World Showcase merch, why don't I show it to you instead? Starting in the Mexico Pavilion, you're going to find lots of brightly painted Dia de los Muertos ceramic pieces and wooden figurines. In Norway, it's going to go hard on the troll department, so you can take one of these funny little guys home with you, or you can just take a picture with a giant troll in the fjord of the shop. In China's House of Good Fortune, you're going to find lots of intricate lanterns, yummy and often surprising snacks like all those unique Lay's chip flavors, ornate handheld fans. I love the teapot selection here, merchandise commemorating the current Lunar New Year, and so much more. While you'll always find us choosing a caramel or caramel treat from Caramel Couchette, don't forget to pick up. Now he's the Venetian masks and the variety. Want to walk away with a $100 painting? This store also sells postcard versions of many of their featured works, so you can still take home some of that art with you without breaking the bank. Just, pick up a frame at Target. The Japan Pavilion has one of the coolest stores in all of the World Showcase, the Mitsukoshi department store, which sells bento boxes, chopsticks, lanterns, tea sets, kimonos, umbrellas, incense and holders, tons of clothing and fun socks, fans, bags and wallets, Zen gardens, snacks and ramen packages, even lucky owls. The Morocco Pavilion may not be huge, but you're still going to find a few colorful Moroccan lanterns and authentic Moroccan clothing and pieces that you might want to take home with you. Mostly I'm going to be spending my souvenir money on snacks around the France Pavilion because this place is a haven of fresh baked pastries and handcrafted sorbet. But you can also stock up on some ratatouille-inspired merch here or partake in a wine or champagne tasting. The France Pavilion also has the Plume Palette shop where you can get custom engraved perfume bottles. The UK Pavilion is all about their teas and packaged sweets and UK pop culture merch. So the most unique souvenir you can pick up from this pavilion is something that displays your family's coat of arms, which you can find over at the Crown and Crest. The Canada Pavilion has the maple flavored snacks you probably expected to find here, along with a variety of dream catchers, hand-carved figurines, and plaid blankets. And around each of the pavilions, in general, you're going to find several mini ear designs and Turvis tumblers and World Showcase teas and country-specific magnets that you won't find anywhere else in Disney World. Not everything that you'll want or need to buy while you're in Disney World is necessarily going to be a Disney-specific service. There are lots of services beyond the Disney bubble that'll come to you to make sure you're taken care of on vacation. While Disney World has complimentary bus service and Skyliner rides and monorail transportation, these methods of getting to and from the parks can get packed at the start and tail end of the day. Not only that, but let's say you're staying at one of the all-star resorts and you need to make it over to your dining reservation at maybe Chico, which is the Animal Kingdom Lodge, which is literally like 4 minutes away from all-star resorts. Disney's free transportation does not transport guests between hotels. So you'll have to take a bus over to either one of the parks or Disney Springs first and then transfer over to another bus to make it the rest of the way to Animal Kingdom Lodge. By the end of it, this becomes almost an hour-long endeavor, if not more, even though the All-Star Resorts and Animal Kingdom Lodge are like 3 miles away from each other. But if you go ahead and pay the extra $15 to $25 for a rideshare, like Uber or Lyft, you can skip all that transferring nonsense altogether for a straight shot and a private ride to wherever you need to go. Keep in mind that not every rideshare comes equipped with car seats, which might be a big downfall for parents. That being said, Disney does have their own rideshare service you can book through the Lyft app called Minivans, which will also give you private and direct rides around Disney World and guaranteed car seats if you need them. These are very clean, very safe car seats as well. The problem with minivans are that they're very limited. They're often more expensive than a regular rideshare, and they'll only take you places around the Disney bubble, but won't travel beyond that. However, there may be times during your trip where a minivan is going to be a better fit for your family, especially if you want to pull up to the parks in a souped-up, coconuted vehicle. And how about delivery services? Grocery apps like Kroger Delivery are great to have on hand when you're needing snacks and drinks and other last-minute necessities, but you don't want to brave I-4 traffic to scavenge them for yourself. And you don't really want to pay the massive upcharges at the Disney gift shops. Now, hold on. Did we just say Kroger? Does Orlando even have a Kroger? Well, no, but Kroger does have a large fulfillment center close to the Disney bubble, so you can still get their groceries delivered to your hotel super easily. And because Kroger employees are paid to pack your order and deliver it, you don't have to worry about budgeting for a tip. In fact, the app won't even let you tip. You do, however, still need to budget for that delivery fee, which is about $10. Just remember, much like any grocery delivery service, it still takes some time for Kroger to get to your resort and drop off your stuff at Bell Services. So if you need something ASAP, your hotel's gift shop will likely have a limited supply of whatever you need. You're just going to have to pay more for those conveniences on the go. You might also want to invest in food delivery services like DoorDash and Uber Eats, which can bring your fast food from outside the Disney bubble over to your Disney World resort, or honestly, any hotel you decide to stay at. I am not unfamiliar with the 10 p.m. McDonald's DoorDash on Disney grounds, so when you need a late night Mickey D's fry and large Diet Coke, DoorDash is going to save the day. Or if you or someone in your party needs an ECV or stroller rental for the parks, Disney does provide these rental services for guests. However, Disney's rentals cannot be transferred between parks, and they can sell out, especially during busier times of the year. If you'd rather rent a stroller or ECV you can keep with you all trip long instead of having to rent a new one each day, and if you'd rather not gamble on whether or not these rentals will sell out before you arrive, you can always rent a stroller or ECV through a reliable third-party company. We always recommend Buena Vista strollers. Not only do these rental services give you a reliable set of wheels all vacation long, but they may be able to deliver your ECV or stroller directly to your hotel for you, so you don't have to worry about coming to get it. All right, here's the biggie. Is Disney's premium Skip the Ride line service always worth the investment? Well, not if you're traveling during a relatively slow time of the year, like back to school season, for instance. But is it worth it when Disney's lines are going to be at their predicted highest waits? Yeah, I would say so. MultiPass, which gives you Lightning Lane access to most rides in Disney World, as well as Single Pass, which gives you a la carte Lightning Lane access to the most popular or newest rides across the park, are the one exception to my buy when the prices are low mindset. Lightning lanes have fluctuating prices depending on when you go, but MultiPass tends to start at $15 per day and has the potential to get as high as $39 per day or, maybe more. We'll see what happens during the holidays this year. When you're seeing multi or single pass prices at the higher end of their price spectrum, that usually means the Lightning lanes are going to be worth purchasing. For example, if I'm looking at the MultiPass price calendar on the My Disney Experience app ahead of time, and I'm seeing that the day I'm planning on going to Epcot as MultiPass price is jacked up to $35 per person, that's going to send up a little red flag for me, alerting me that Disney's predicting some really high crowd levels for that park. So rides that might normally be 5 to 10 minute waits could start pushing 30 to 45 minutes or more all day long. We tend to see this kind of abnormal wait time spike right after Christmas and around New Year's Day, but it can also reach these higher prices and like Memorial Day, 4th of July, Labor Day sometimes gets really wild. Anyway, time is money in Disney World, so if you're already planning on spending quite a bit for a hotel room and flights and dining and souvenirs and theme park tickets and the whole 9 yards, then the last thing you want is for your expensive trip to turn into a whole lot of waiting in lines all day long, just because you decided to skip out on investing in the multi or single passes that could have helped you out for, sub $100. We talk a lot about multi-pass and single pass on this channel. We even have a free Lightning Lane Ultimate Guide you can pick up by scanning the QR code you see on the screen now, or by heading over to disneyfoodblog.com/multipass after this. But I do want to mention one more thing before we move on. You'll only be able to pre-select 3 multi-pass Lightning lanes and up to 2 single-pass Lightning lanes before your visit. Pre-selections go live for Disney's hotel guests starting 7 days before check-in and 3 days before your park visit for everyone else who plans on staying off property. Once you use your first multi-pass Lightning lane in the park, you'll be able to select another on the day of your visit. You can hold up to 3 selections all day long, subject to availability. If, however, you want to skip the pre-selections and the day of selections altogether, Disney does have their new Lightning Lane option called Premier Pass that you can purchase instead, which gives you access to all of the multi-passes and single passes for one bundled price point in one park. This is a hefty investment, so once again, you don't always need it. And if you don't want to potentially pay $200, $300, $400 per person to access this service, then those multi or single pass purchases should still more than suffice no matter what time of year you plan to visit. That being said, if Disney World's one of those once-in-a-lifetime trips for you, and you're willing to go big or go home to make everything as memorable and convenient as possible, then Premier Pass might be worth looking into. Okay, I am turning things over to you now. What's something that you always buy in Disney World? Or if you've never been before, what questions do you still have about certain Disney items that maybe we didn't get the chance to address today? Let us know in the comments so that we can all help each other out here. And don't forget to grab our free Ultimate Lightning Lane guide over at disneyfoodblog.com/multipass. Thanks for listening, everyone, and thanks for watching. As always, this is AJ from Disney Food Blog, and we'll see you real soon.
Pampers Swaddlers keeps your baby 3 times drier all night long. Zevo works 24/7 to attract and trap flying insects.
Okay, Dad. What's the next one? 50 mistakes to avoid at Disney World. Okay. Are you listening to these, Penelope?
Yeah.
Your next Disney World trip could become disastrous if you don't watch out for these major mistakes before you go.
Mistakes.
Hey everybody, it's AJ for Disney Food Blog.
do,
We have the team and I put our heads
$5
together to compile a complete list of what we believe are the worst mistakes.
Disney World.
Oh, good do.
Yeah. Paint your own animation cell, paint your own mini canvas, decorate your own poster. $5, $5, $5. And everything else is more expensive.
Dad found $5 crafts at Disney.
I don't know, the Fenty. So, yeah, Fenty around. Every day, 10 a.m. to 10 p.m.
Mistakes you're going to want to avoid in Disney World to make sure you never have to experience them firsthand for yourself. Ready to throw these mistakes in the garbage and never look back? All right, let's do this. First up, this is a really easy mistake to make, and it could absolutely destroy your trip. Don't assume that Disney transportation runs 24/7. This makes me cringe big time. During my last trip, I was taking an Uber over to Epcot, and my Uber driver, as friendly and well-meaning as all get out, reminded me that Disney transportation runs 24/7. And my stomach just sank because how many other people had he told this information to? As awesome as it would be for Disney transportation to always be around and available, according to the Disney website, bus service generally operates from 45 minutes before a theme park opening time until 1 hour after a theme park closing time. Meanwhile, the Resort Monorail and Express Monorail begin operating 30 minutes prior to when Magic Kingdom Park opens and stop 1 hour after Magic Kingdom Park closes, while the Epcot Monorail begins operating 30 minutes prior to when Epcot opens and stops 2 hours after Epcot closes. And when it comes to the Skyliner, these little gondolas are available each day 1 hour before early theme park entry begins at Epcot or Disney's Hollywood Studios, and close each day 90 minutes after Epcot or Disney's Hollywood Studios closes. Note that this does not necessarily mean after hours events. So if you've got an after hours or Jollywood Nights or any one of those other kind of extended evening events, definitely ask cast members when that Skyliner is going to close, because I've been caught in that problem before and had to take buses. So let's say you drive to Magic Kingdom. The park is slated to close at 9 p.m. that day, but you wind up taking a
Studios, that's a hotel walk to the east of. There's fucking shit all over the place.
Yeah.
That's Okay, I've done this. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm putting it back on. Hold on.
Bus over to the Boardwalk Inn to hang out at Jelly Rolls until 11:30. By the time you're finished partying the night away, you might not be able to take a bus back to Magic Kingdom to get to the Transportation and Ticket Center if Disney World Transportation is finished for the night. In this case, you might be stuck paying for a rideshare service just to return to your car. Disney World Transportation can be deceiving, so don't assume you can rely on it 24/7. Make sure to plan ahead so you know exactly where you're going and how you're going to get around property without all the extra stress. And don't make this mobile order mistake. When mobile ordering your meal through the My Disney Experience app, you'll be asked to select an expected time for pickup. But what happens when you don't arrive during your expected time window? Well, we found out the hard way. On a recent visit to the Disney World parks, we had this very situation happen to one of our reporters. We placed an order at a quick service location, but time got away from us. And while we were standing around waiting for our order, we forgot to press the I'm here button, which is what lets the kitchen know they can actually start making your order for you. Now, during this particular occurrence, our arrival window ended at 11 a.m. And when we went to alert the app that we were here, it was just a little bit past time. But don't worry, there's a happy ending to this story. We were still able to recover our meal when we showed the cast members at the register our order number, and they were able to manually fix it and went on to prepare our meal for pickup. But for future reference, if you think you're cutting it close to your own mobile order time frame window, go into the mobile order and modify the time frame to give yourself a bit more time so this doesn't happen to you too. It's also a good idea to set yourself an alarm to remind you that, hey, you need to go and head on back to the quick service you mobile ordered from and let them know you've arrived as well. There are a lot of Disney rides with a ton of hype around them, and that means the wait times can get real scary. We've seen Rise of the Resistance, for example, have a wait time that pushed 5 hours, and that's probably enough to make you go, direct me to the nearest individual Lightning Lane purchase, please, or maybe, nah, no thank you, no ride is worth that. But here's the truth of the matter. These attraction wait times don't typically stay wildly high all day long. You just got to keep an eye on the wait times via your My Disney Experience app so you can know the exact moment when they start to drop down. Lately, Rise of the Resistance seems to be getting much lower wait times near the end of the park day. This is a bit of a risky plan because you can't guarantee that those lines will slow down later on in the day or that it'll even be operational when you try, knowing Rise, but there are other ways you can lessen your wait times too. Take advantage of early theme park entry, for instance, which allows Disney Resort guests to enter the parks 30 minutes before everyone else. This is a good time to try to get on these rides before the rest of the general public can funnel on into them as well. Now, okay, I know I just got done singing the praises of early entry, but this resort benefit can be a blessing and a curse, and I don't want you to make this mistake. In Magic Kingdom, only Tomorrowland and Fantasyland are open for early entry. If you want to ride a ride that is in Adventureland or Frontierland, for another 30 minutes. And for the record, if you're not staying at a Disney World hotel, you'll definitely want to keep those early entry crowds in mind when you rope drop Magic Kingdom. Since Tomorrowland and Fantasyland are both open during early entry, there will already be crowds gathering in both of those areas, so your option is important. All right, this, as you know, is one of my favorite tips. Stay hydrated, but we're not talking about reusable water bottles this time, though they are important. Or the free quick service water cups, also important. We're talking about the places where you can get free ice water out of a self-serve dispenser to avoid long lines and potentially get some of the best tasting water property-wide. So where are these glorious self-serve water stations hiding? And yes, this is what we do in the parks. We find the best tasting water. In Magic Kingdom, Casey's Corner often has self-serve water dispensers out next to the piano during
Okay, first off,
Cases.
I only have 24-mile range difference.
I know. Hey, fucking stay in your lane. What are you doing?
Sorry, I was looking down.
I know you. I said we were gonna have about 30 miles, so.
Okay.
So I am taking you right to Murphy's gas station in Buono. This is the same issue we had coming here. I thought we filled up on the other side of San Antonio, and then as soon as we got up the mountains, we thought, oh shit, we gotta have more diesel.
Oh yeah, my average went way down.
Yeah, because they're doing a mountain driving.
Oh.
Up and down, up and down. That's why I found a Walmart, so we didn't have to stop in San Antonio for gas. Let's take the fucking in, make sure the generator's good, and then top up and recalculate to see how far we can make it before having to find a spot to pull over for 2 hours.
Okay, Penelope, are you taking notes to where the water fountain? This is like where it's like a pop machine water fountain. Okay.
Take a note.
Yes,
Wait,
I know.
I'll go into dogs so fucking make notes on fixing my.
I've been making notes on my phone.
I've been making mental notes.
You know, but mental notes don't help
Mental
because you're gonna
notes, you're mental.
forget.
I was going to say.
Okay. Water
Stations.
stations. What the fuck?
Oh my god, like years. 75 years.
Okay, I'm ready for notes.
Well, you have to press play.
Casey's piano or something.
I have to rewind the last few seconds.
Operating hours. We've also seen dispensers out and about in other parts of the park during the hotter season. But thick. Or the free quick service water cups, also important. We're talking about the places where you can get free ice water out of a self-serve dispenser to avoid long lines and potentially get some of the best tasting water province-wide. So where are these glorious self-serve water stations hiding? And yes, this is what we do in the parks. We find the best tasting water. In Magic Kingdom, Casey's Corner often has self-serve water dispensers out. Next to the piano during operating hours. We've also seen dispensers out and about in other parts of the park during the hotter season, though they aren't guaranteed. But in this park, you might want to avoid the really busy quick service restaurants if you're interested in just getting water and going to a snack stand instead, because any stand with a drink machine will be able to make you a cup of water. And the line will likely be shorter. At Epcot, some of the best stops to grab a refreshing cup of H2O are at Spice Road Table, where there's a self-serve dispenser, water bottles this time, though they are important. Or the free quick service water cups, also important. We're talking about the places where you can get free ice water out of a self-serve dispenser to avoid long lines and potentially get some of the best tasting water province-wide. So where are these glorious self-serve water stations hiding? And yes, this is what we do in the parks. We find the best tasting water. In Magic Kingdom, Casey's Corner often has self-serve water dispensers out next to the piano during operating hours. We've also seen dispensers out and about in other parts of the park during the hotter season, though they aren't guaranteed. But in this park, you might want to avoid the really busy quick service restaurants if you're interested in just getting water and going to a snack stand instead, because any stand with a drink machine will be able to make you a cup of water. And the line will likely be shorter. At Epcot, some of the best stops to grab a refreshing cup of H2O are at Spice Road Table, where there's a self-serve dispenser, and at Sunshine Seasons, where the drink machine is open access. At Sunshine Seasons, you'll need to show the people at the register that you just got a cup of water, but it's much quicker than waiting in line for someone to serve you. Hollywood Studios is an absolute treasure trove of self-serve water dispensers. One of our favorites is located inside Baseline Tap House, which is almost always filled with delicious, cold, refreshing water. You can also get your fill at Ronto Roasters during its operating hours, and we've also seen water stations pop up at some other quick service spots on occasion. Hollywood Studios is also home to 2 Joffrey's locations, and if their lines aren't too long, they're a great option for a hydration fix. Last but not least, at Animal Kingdom, the self-serve water options are a bit more limited, but the park is littered with small snack stands that make the perfect quick stop. No excuse to avoid hydrating. All right, attention all annual pass holders, Disney Vacation.
For fuck's sake. I touched my cable. I'm not going to forget.
Holders, Disney wants to reward you for sticking by their side, so be sure to take advantage of the discounts and private lounges and special meet and greet opportunities and exclusive merchandise and more that they're constantly offering to these specific membership programs. Here are a couple of examples. Currently, there's a pass holder lounge inside the former restaurant Marrakesh at Epcot's Morocco Pavilion, where annual pass holders can escape the crowds and grab some free snacks and drinks and get a special AP pin and even meet the rare character Genie. This lounge is going to stick around until June.
Chloe's as busy as it gets, and her family depends on her hard work. She needs details on the double and life insurance that fits. Chloe relies on the
18. Starting on April 9th, Disney Visa card members were able to apply for a free Disney dining plan for most trips running from July through September and December. This was good for a non-discounted 4-night, 4-day, or longer Disney vacation package with a park hopper ticket option. Disney Vacation Club and annual pass holder members were able to register for early previews of the new Tiana's Bayou Adventure ride in Magic Kingdom before it opens to the general public. And of course, there are lots of discounts constantly being offered to annual pass holders and DVC members all year round to help save money on food and merchandise and hotel stays. And this is only scratching the surface. If you're a member of any of these Disney programs or you're thinking about becoming a member, study up and see what kind of savings and benefits you can take advantage of during your next visit. And don't forget about them. Make use of those benefits, y'all. So the festival season in Epcot this year might be shorter than usual, but that doesn't mean you need to skip over the heart of festival programming, even when a festival isn't going on. Communicore Hall and Plaza officially opened on June 10th, 2024, and was built to bring Epcot's 4 festivals into the heart of the park. Communicore Plaza is an outdoor space where guests can enjoy the festival offerings, while Communicore Hall is flexible enough to host a bunch of different things like food stalls and exhibitions and mixology, the limited time Celebracion and Canto show, or even take a potty break inside the new retro one. Disney Springs is a buffet of stores. What kinds of stores? All kinds of stores. Disney Springs is a buffet of stores. What kinds of stores? All kinds of stores. You got places that sell classic Disney merchandise. You got candle shops and art stores and fancy jewelry places. You can even purchase things strictly for left-handed people. But what if you start off your Disney Springs Day purchasing something really ginormous? Do you have to leave the Springs and go all the way back to your hotel and drop it off to avoid carrying it around with you all day long? Not necessarily. On the backside of Trend D, located in Disney Springs Marketplace section, you'll find a new shipping post. This is located in the former stroller rental location by the Marketplace Co-op. This small store is pretty nondescript, so it's easy to walk right on by without seeing it, but you can head in here and talk to a cast member if you have something you'd like to ship home, making it a solid option for people who don't want to carry their purchases around all day long, or who've traveled a long way from home, or who won't be able to fit a large souvenir in their luggage. Also, don't forget, you should be able to ship anything home from a Disney-owned shop as well. So as long as you have a SKU number that it was purchased in a Disney-owned shop, you should be able to ship it home, and you have to pay for the cost of shipping, but they'll be able to send it for you. Okay, there's a good chance you might be watching this video when Tiana's Bayou Adventure is open. Though it's not open to the general public just yet, per the release of this video, it's getting ready to open super soon, June 28th. So if you're wanting to increase your chances of getting on this ride during your upcoming visit, here's what you need to know. Tiana's Bayou Adventure will not have a standby line when it first opens. Your only 2 options to ride this when it first releases will be to get into the virtual queue for it or snag a lightning lane through Disney Genie Plus. Not an individual lightning lane, a regular lightning lane, like the same version that Splash Mountain used to have. Now, the virtual queue for Tiana's Bayou Adventure is accessible via the My Disney Experience app. The queue is going to open at 7 a.m. each morning and again at 1 p.m. each afternoon. However, beginning at 6 a.m., you can tap into the virtual queue early to set and confirm your party. That way, you'll have fewer steps to worry about when boarding groups become available at 7 and 1. Note the virtual queues open at exactly 7 a.m. and 1 p.m. and they can fill up in seconds. So if you really want to be ready to jump into that queue, you're going to need to be in the app and ready to join before the clock strikes either time. And if you go the Genie Plus route instead, lightning lanes also go live right at 7 a.m. So you're going to want to prioritize this selection before all the others to make sure you got your place in this particular lightning lane secured. It's going to sell out quick. Okay, another really easy mistake to make. Don't assume that all hotels have transportation perks.
There are objects on road ahead.
In other words, some hotels get the short end of the stick when it comes to transportation, like our beloved Animal Kingdom Lodge, for example. Sure, this place is gorgeous and it has some of the best dining options property-wide and the most incredible views. But because it's closest to Animal Kingdom Park, it's pretty far away from everything else, so prepare for some long bus rides. Coronado Springs Resort and each of the All-Star resorts also reside near the Animal Kingdom area and only offer complimentary buses, meaning no monorail, no Skyliner, no boats, no walking paths, right up to park gates, none of that. Again, these aren't bad resorts. In other respects, the All-Star hotels are going to be your cheapest resort option, while Coronado Springs has that lovely Grandestino Tower, which will make you feel like you're staying in a deluxe resort even at its more moderate price point. However, when you stay at these locations, you're losing out when it comes to transportation, which may be a red flag for you. The best hotels for transportation tend to be the ones on the monorail loop that'll quickly get you over to Magic Kingdom and Epcot. Those are Disney's Contemporary Resort, Polynesian Village, and Grand Floridian. And the ones on the Skyliner route, which will quickly get you to Epcot and Hollywood Studios. Those are Riviera, Caribbean Beach, Art of Animation Resort, Disney's Pop Century, and then there are the specific Epcot area resorts like Boardwalk Inn, Yacht Beach Club, Swan and Dolphin, which are within walking distance to Epcot and Hollywood Studios and are in close proximity to the Epcot Skyliner station too. But even if you stay at one of the hotels that only offers bus transportation, that doesn't mean you absolutely 100% have to be at the mercy of the shuttle. You can always drive yourself to the parks since parking will be free for Disney hotel guests, or you can save for a rideshare service like Uber, Lyft, or minivans. Now, still on transportation, don't fully trust Disney's boat transportation. Notice how I didn't talk about the Disney Springs boat transportation in the point before this one. There's a reason for that. Over at Port Orleans Riverside and French Quarter, Saratoga Springs, there are police transportation down for the count a lot more often lately, leaving guests pretty frustrated that they can't use this hotel perk that should go along with their resort purchase. But why have the boats been down? Well, when the boat transportation isn't running between Springs and the surrounding hotels, it's typically due to an issue with the weather or water levels affecting the ability of the boats to actually float. More often than not, the boats are typically running. However, we recommend tracking the Orlando weather around Disney World leading up to your trip and keeping a close eye on the news we post to be sure there won't be any delays in your current transportation plans. Right around late spring, kind of before the rainy season hits, the Sassagoula can get low and sometimes these boats aren't running. But when they aren't running, the hotels will have complimentary bus transportation still up and available, and driving and ride shares are always an option too for speedier access. Oh, and don't forget about the Saratoga Springs Resort walkway. You can always get to Disney Springs on foot from this resort. It just might be a bit of a trek depending on which building your room is located in. One of our DFB reporters recently experienced a restaurant first, which is pretty shocking since we've been dining in Disney World for decades. But during a recent trip to Crystal Palace in Magic Kingdom, our reporter sat at her table for more than an hour with no characters stopping by. So here's a quick play-by-play of what happened. As she was seated, Tigger and Piglet had just passed her table. Her server said it'd be okay, they'd be the last characters meal, and even went back for seconds. She'd been there for more than an hour and hadn't seen any characters, not a single one. So how did she handle this? Well, our reporter calmly mentioned to her server, who immediately reported the problem to a manager. And after a quick chat with the restaurant, Tigger, Piglet, and Eeyore came in fairly quick succession to her table. So ultimately, the team at Crystal Palace was very kind and accommodating. But if you ever find yourself with an issue similar to this in the future, maybe it'll be more difficult for you if you've got kids who are very, very excited to meet the 100-acre wood pals and then get back into Magic Kingdom, so you don't want to sit there for an hour waiting. Make sure to be patient and courteous, but definitely mention it to your server. Sometimes the characters won't stop at your table right away because of the way their rotation works. But if you go more than an hour without seeing them and they're not on their way, it might be a good idea to speak up in case you were accidentally skipped. Okay, be careful not to make them. You might also want to keep a close eye on your mug when you're dining at the food court or in the parks or you're at the pool. You're probably one of a dozen other people around you using the same. You're at the pool. You're probably one of a dozen other people around you using the same mug. Like we said, they're hard to tell apart, especially if you set it down. The good news, we have a solution. Well, actually, we have two solutions. Even better, right? The first, more economical but also more boring option is to pack a Sharpie and put your initials on the cup. Simple yet effective. But solution number two is a little more fun and bling-worthy. You can purchase wine charms, and you may go on 100 Disney trips and not be able to see and do it all. There are specialty tours, tons of rides, shows, experiences, so many restaurants, gazillions of snacks. No matter how hard you push yourself, you won't be able to be a completionist, especially all in one trip. So take a deep breath and accept that that there will always be more to do and see, and relax a little. Pick out the main things that are on your must-do list for your trip, and if you get in a few extra things, great. If not, also great. We've seen way too many families at the parks go non-stop from open to close without stopping for a break, which tends to lead to a good number of parents having a meltdown right alongside their kids. We've been there, we've done it. So this is my friendly reminder. Slow down, take time to enjoy the memories you're creating, and don't push yourself and your family to the limit. Speaking of stretching yourself too thin, if you have a pretty meticulous schedule for your Disney World trip and you're afraid that a spontaneous break or two is going to throw the whole thing off, then throw the whole thing off. Schedules are important, but it's also important to factor in a little wiggle room during the day just in case you need to get off your feet before the next big chunk of the theme park experience happens. How about this? We'll give you some free Disney World planning worksheets to help you figure out your theme park schedules if you promise me that you'll only use them as a guideline and not straight up gospel that you can't deviate from. Deal? Deal. All right, now that you pinky promised me, you don't remember doing that? We totally pinky promised. Go ahead and scan the QR code on your screen now or head to disneyfoodblog.com/DisneyPlans to pick up your free planning worksheets today. Now, this probably could apply to any Disney World thrill ride, but it seems to be happening a lot more often on Epcot's high-speed coaster lately. Take off your hats and glasses on Cosmic Rewind, y'all. Despite warnings about removing loose articles, lots of guests are coming off Guardians of the Galaxy Cosmic Rewind, missing their baseball caps and sunglasses and mini ears. Why are you wearing sunglasses anyway? It's a dark ride. So before you start spinning your way through the cosmos, make sure you take off all those extra accessories and secure them elsewhere. There is a small compartment that'll be in the front of your ride seat where you should be able to tuck them safely away, or you can just stow them in your park bag for safekeeping too. I tend to prefer the latter strategy because I always forget about the stuff in that little ride vehicle pocket, and I always lose my sunglasses. Luckily, I never spend more than $10 on a pair of sunglasses, but still, it's $10. Ooh, time to talk Epcot festivals. Don't assume they're going to look the same in the future. We still don't have a lot of details about Epcot's festivals from here on out, but one thing we do know, we're already getting surprised, and we expect them to look very different. For starters, Disney's moved the first date of the 2024 Food and Wine Festival back to August 29th, which was around the time the festival started before 2020. And that means, unless Disney hits us with a big and out-of-the-blue surprise real soon, we're not going to have an Epcot festival for the majority of the summer. But the absolute biggest change coming to the festivals from here on out is all thanks to the brand new Communicore Hall and Communicore Plaza. Two new areas in Epcot that have been constructed to act as additional venues for each festival. Communicore Plaza is an outdoor space where you can watch live festival entertainment, and Communicore Hall has been built strictly for festival programming, meaning we might see the return of food demonstrations and seminars, including those with celebrity chefs, for this year's Food and Wine Festival. Only time will tell. They won't announce anything. I don't know why. They hate me. Now, at either rate, plan to budget back a little more moolah if you want to experience Food and Wine to its fullest this year, because if the seminars do return, they'll more than likely come back with a big ol' extra cost to tack onto your visit. Okay, don't forget to have some backup. Even if you got a dream hotel in mind for your next Disney World vacation, allow yourself to dream about a second hotel too, just in case that first one doesn't work out. Let's say you've been planning to splurge on a stay at Disney's Animal Kingdom Lodge with a Savannah view for years. It's a bucket list item. You finally plan the trip where you're going to do it, but you go to book the room and there are no available rooms for your date. Or how about this? You've been eyeing a specific discount on the Disney World website for a while, thinking it's the perfect way to help you save some money at that bucket list hotel. So you go to book it, and just kidding, your hotel isn't eligible for the deal. Looking at you, Polynesian Village Resort. What about when you budgeted a stay in a certain room, but when you go to book, prices are astronomical and not at all what you budgeted for? These are just a few of the most common heartbreaks we see and hear of happening constantly in Disney World when it comes to hotels. It's a busy vacation spot, so it's almost impossible to gauge when your preferred rooms will be available or have a discount you can apply to them. While nothing will be exactly like the hotel room you were looking to stay in, you can always have a plan B in your back pocket. Here, we're going to give you a springboard to work with. While Art of Animation and Pop Century have different theming, both are value resorts with larger-than-life icons and decor, so both are great alternatives for each other. They're also both located on the same Skyliner station for easy access to Hollywood Studios and Epcot. Oh, and their food courts are almost identical these days. Can't book at Disney's Polynesian Village Resort? Check out a cabin at Disney's Fort Wilderness or a room at Disney's Wilderness Lodge for unique theming that's geared toward the outdoors. And if you're unable to book at Disney's Boardwalk Inn, the Yacht and Beach Club resorts are still within walking distance to Epcot. Just remember, if you need to stay at a different hotel than originally planned, there's nothing stopping you from resort hopping around the hotels and take in their other offerings like gift shops and restaurants and daily activities too. This next will stay open until 11 p.m. These spots typically offer a variety of quick service meals and snacks when you're in a pinch. And if you're looking for a more relaxed atmosphere, check out your hotel's lounges where you can enjoy light bites and beverages. And while these aren't open 24 hours, they usually stay open until 11 p.m., which makes them a great option for a late night snack or a nightcap. If you'd like something a bit faster than a lounge, don't sleep on the grab-and-go counters since they tend to stay open until 11 as Hey, sweetie. Sweetie, you good?
Go and spill my Old Spice antiperspirant. Now smelling like perspirant.
Well, and they're stocked with snacks and beverages and pre-packaged meals. These are perfect for grabbing something for a meal in your room. Now, if you're looking for a wider variety beyond what your hotel offers, Disney Springs has a ton of restaurants and shops that typically stay open until 11 p.m. And while reservations might not be available super late, you can usually snag a table or grab something to go around 10:40. 24 hours that bring food over to your hotel lobby, no matter what time of night you're looking to grab some grub. Just remember that these delivery services won't be able to deliver fast food from a location that's already closed for the night, obviously. So you'll want to check on those restaurant hours outside the Disney bubble too. And after I made this mistake multiple times and had to end up eating a very, very sad saran wrap sandwich from the gas station, I started to bring my own kind of little lunchbox with me when I go to Disney World and stay in a hotel. So I kind of make some wraps that I just put in Ziploc bags. And as soon as I get to my hotel, I put them in the refrigerator. So if I get home really, really late and nothing is open, I can just grab one of those and my stomach isn't yelling at me all night long. Okay, this is a really important one. Don't skip an experience because of someone else's.
Yeah, the best suggestion, bring your own motherfucking food.
Why would you not already do that?
I don't know. It seems weird.
Of life to keep it from tying on ya. Of life to keep it from tying on ya. Even if you start your park day with 100% charge on your phone, more than likely you're going to drain that pretty quickly with all the My Disney Experience app usage and photos and video recordings. But what if you don't have your own charger? Maybe you've forgotten your charging cord. Good news, there's a fix to this problem right in the parks and resorts. It's available at more locations than you might think. Fuel rods are those portable chargers for your electronics. They can be purchased at kiosks around Disney World, and each purchase comes with a fully charged fuel rod with charging cables for various iPhone or micro USB Android devices and a USB-C adapter needed for some Android devices. The initial cost is $30 plus tax, but once your fuel rod runs out of juice, you can swap it for a charged one at any fuel rod station on property for free. You'll also find fuel rod stations in airports and malls and other theme parks, so you can use it once you leave Disney World. But these other kiosks outside the parks may have added fees for each swap out. This was a big issue a while back when the Disney fuel rod locations tried to charge people $3 to change their fuel rod, and everybody fought back, and now they're free again. Thank goodness. But by the way, if you want to save money on fuel rods, you can actually purchase them on Amazon for way cheaper before your trip. That's right. They're not the same cost everywhere that you buy them. So go to Amazon, get them $35 for a pack of 2 instead of $30 for 1 on Disney property, and you'll still be able to swap them out at any Disney kiosk for free. If you want to find a fuel rod station near you while you're in the parks, just type fuel rod or phone charging in the My Disney Experience search engine. So don't wear costumes that are way too hot, y'all. Mickey's Not So Scary Halloween Party is one of the only times that kids and adults can get dressed up in costumes, and people tend to go all out. We've seen some pretty epic outfits from folks, but there's one thing you need to seriously think about if you're heading to the party. Disney World is in Central Florida, and Central Florida is real hot during the summer months. Even later into October, the heat can still be unrelenting. Yes. If you have a costume you've been dying to wear, consider what the temperature will be like on the date of your visit. Wearing a princess gown and wig is an absolute clutch move, deserving of respect, but getting heat stroke when you're trying to have some spooky fun, not the main goal. We know your costume is really just that incredible and you need to show it off, at least for a little bit. But consider bringing your costume with you, changing into it, maybe even after the sun goes down. Try to modify your costume if at all possible to keep you a little bit cooler. And remember, you can always stash your extra clothes in one of the lockers so you don't have to carry things around with you while you trick or treat. Or just do what I always do and wear scrubs and be a doctor. Super breathable and comfy. Okay, don't miss out on those popular lightning lanes. They do sell out. They will sell out. Aside from Tiana's Bayou Adventure, there are a handful of lightning lanes that you'll want to prioritize if you're using Disney Genie Plus, since they tend to book up faster than others. Some could even book up solid for the day before you get the chance to snag one for yourself, especially on busy park days. Remember to purchase Genie Plus early so you can start booking lightning lanes early too. Genie Plus can be added to your ticket starting at midnight on the day of your visit. However, you can't book your first lightning lane until 7 a.m. So set your alarms and be ready to book right at 7. So which rides do you need to grab lightning lanes for first? In Epcot, Frozen Ever After and Remy's Ratatouille Adventure will be your top 2 lightning lane options. Soarin' can also be a good one to grab a lightning lane for early as well, and Test Track. In Hollywood Studios, Slinky Dog Dash needs to be your priority. Then consider booking lightning lanes for Mickey and Minnie's Runaway Railway and Tower of Terror. In Animal Kingdom, you'll probably have an easier time getting all the lightning lanes you want, but it's still a good idea to grab Navi River Journey, Kilimanjaro Safaris, and Kali River Rapids first. And in Magic Kingdom, make sure to grab lightning lanes for Peter Pan's Flight, Jungle Cruise, Space and Big Thunder Mountains, and Tiana's Bayou Adventure, of course. Now, do not forget about this under the radar transportation. Do not forget the Epcot boat. You can friendship boat between Canada and Morocco to get you across the World Showcase in just 5 minutes. Sure, the wait time for the boat alone might be a bit grueling, but if you see one of these boats already docked and ready to take guests across the lagoon, it can save you lots of time as well as energy. Once upon a time, Epcot actually had a second World Showcase friendship boat that'd take you from Germany to Mexico, but that one's been down for the count for a good long while now. However, we're going to keep an eye on it, let you know when it returns. Okay, don't make the mistake of not paying attention to the park hours. So park hours in Disney World can make or break your trip. I know we talk about this a lot. It's real important though, because there are times that I end up in Disney World and I didn't check that stuff and it gets me every time. That's why you'll want to keep an eye on the park hours as your trip gets closer. Disney reserves the right to change their operating hours whenever they want to, for whatever reason, and that can either play in your favor or against you. For instance, there are many events at Disney World throughout the year, like holiday parties.
In 2 miles, take exit 540 for Texas 46 East.
After you booked your trip. These events mean that the parks will close earlier to make time for them, which is awesome, but it might not be so awesome if you bought full price general admission for the day and are still expected to head out of the park as early as 5 or 6 p.m. This is happening in Hollywood Studios in just a couple of days. It's good practice to keep checking on the park hours for the date of your trip every once in a while. You might also want to invest in a park hopper ticket if you see that the park times have changed, but you don't necessarily want to switch up your trip's whole schedule. This way, when one park closes early, you can hop on over to another park that stays open later. On the other hand, Disney doesn't just shorten park hours, they can also extend them. Sometimes during busier seasons, Disney will change the operating hours on the calendar to extend how long you're allowed to be in the parks. No extra ticket needed. This could add tons of extra time to your day, if your aching feet will allow for that, that is. Speaking of, I've said it before and I'll say it again, think very carefully about the shoes you bring to Disney World. You'll want something comfortable, already broken in, and able to handle a lot of walking on pavement, because Disney World is not the place to break in a new pair of shoes. Please don't do that.
No, running
And bring a
shoes are the
spare
best.
pair of shoes if you can. It can be really nice to have a spare pair of super dry shoes if your sneakers get soggy during the day, so you don't have to walk around in moist feet wear for multiple days on end. It's awful. Aside from water concerns, changing your shoes can also give your feet a bit of a
In a half mile, take exit 540 for Texas 46 East.
each and every day of your trip. Oh, and don't forget the socks. Socks can ruin your trip if they're too tight, too small.
Take exit 540, then use the left 2 lanes to take the Texas 46 East
Yeah, so
ramp.
as soon as you get up to that overpass, turn left.
Use the left 2 lanes to take the Texas 46 East ramp. Then use the left 2 lanes to turn left onto Texas 46 East, West Bandera Road. At the light, use the left 2 lanes to turn left onto Texas 46 East, West Bandera Road.
Tomorrow you have classes, so I have to make sure that we have the right times for them.
Continue on Texas 46 East for half a mile.
I'll pay attention, so now. Yeah, it's like, hey, it's all fucking green over here. Everything's fucking. Yeah, my forests.
I'm train breaks.
In a quarter mile, turn right onto South Main Street.
So I have the lights nice and bright.
At the light, turn right onto South Main Street. In a quarter mile, turn left.
Left on this side, much. This lane for left. At this set of lights. They're showing.
Yeah. There's Ian Murphy's gas station. Yeah.
At the light, turn left, then turn
I don't
left.
see any diesel on the so this is on the internet at diesel. Is that diesel? I just thought.
Okay, well, I'll just go in and I'll come
Yeah,
around.
yeah. No, that's fine. I guess it's not on the. It's on the sign on the ground, but not the big sign.
Gonna go in, we'll go for a pee again, babes? Yeah, take a pee break. Should actually get rid of some of those extra dishes.
Hey, watch your son. Yeah, I just watched it.
I was trying to make sure I didn't take a big enough turn.
I know. I just
Yeah, it's hard to
drivers are
Head northeast.
Yeah, I guess so. I think it's on the end, right?
Head northwest.
Yeah, I have to watch out for this truck to. Okay, shut up.
Until you find the cast compliment section. From here, you can enter the reason for your compliment, the location, name, hometown, and date of your interaction. And don't worry if you don't remember the cast member's name. You can still leave them a compliment by describing the location, and the Disney team will know who to reach out to from there. And then your cast member is actually going to get a personalized recognition of that compliment. It's awesome. So, question, how comfortable are mini ears really when you're spending a whole day wearing them in the parks?
Exactly, there you go.
That's a tough way in your bag during cool since this quick service restaurant is currently closed during the day, but still offers up a whole lot of covered seating. Other places that have this issue are Cheshire Cafe, Gaston's Tavern, and the Friar's Nook, which are all inside Fantasyland. If you order a snack from one of these, you may want to carry your food back to Storybook Circus since there are several tables near Pete's Silly Sideshow that are often unoccupied. Some of them are in the shade. So there's a right way to pack for Disney and a wrong way to pack, but we're going to nip the wrong way in the bud right now for you. For starters, try to avoid packing way more outfits than you're gonna need. Not talking about underpants, always more underpants than we need, but not necessarily outfits. At most, we suggest packing one extra shirt or top and one extra pair of bottoms, but other than that, one outfit for each day is probably perfect. Along with your pajamas, a light jacket just in case it's chilly, a rain poncho or jacket unless you're bringing an umbrella, or bring both, I don't know, it gets really rainy. All those underpants, I always bring like twice the amount of underpants I need. And sometimes I go through all of them. And socks, and you'll have plenty to fill up your suitcase with. But what kind of something like one of our... Oh, okay, now that we've packed our outfits, let's move on to other important packing matters at hand. A water bottle is an absolute necessity for a Disney park day, but it has to be a good water bottle. Some can end up fighting against you in the end, like the ones that don't keep your cold drinks cold for very long, or the ones that end up sweating or leaking all over your bag. Few of our DFB reporters have been carrying around those Owala water bottles from Amazon lately, and they've been really digging those. They're lightweight, stainless steel, and come in a lot of different colors too. And while it's a-okay to bring your own snacks into the parks, and we recommend it because you save some cash that way, don't attempt to bring in snacks that will melt or go bad if they're not refrigerated. And if you're afraid you're going to crush your little snacks before you have the chance to eat them, reusable snack bags and bento boxes are great tools to help you preserve them so you can dip into them between rides. So stick with me here. You might not want to wear white in Disney World. This isn't an after Labor Day rule. This is more of a just be careful what you pack rule. Unless you've pre-treated your clothes with stain repellent the same way you've treated your expensive couch at home, you might be better off leaving the white clothing back home. Now, I get it. White is a cooler color to wear when it comes to literal heat absorption. So that's a reason why you might want to wear it. You can just go with lighter colors. But Disney World is full of melting chocolate, drippy popsicles, who knows whatever that liquid was that you sat in while riding Dumbo. And there are so many recipes for disaster once you've added white clothing into the equation. So if you want to risk it anyway, then it might not be a bad idea to carry around a bleach pen or a Tide pen if you end up accidentally staining a white piece of clothing during your day. You can find those pretty cheap at your local big box store for around $3 to $4. I always have one in every card bag. There are so many places to eat around Disney World, but when you're in the middle of your park day and everyone's starving, you might just have to settle on the first place you see. But you don't have to settle. Not when you've got the DFB squad to help you out ahead of time. Nobody has to eat at Sunset Ranch Market on my watch unless they really, really want to. If you don't want to be caught like a deer in headlights when it comes to where to eat on vacation, our DFB Guide to Walt Disney World Dining 2024 can be a great tool to help point you in the right direction. Our 3-part guide has over 900 pages of Disney dining and planning information, tips, and more. So if you want to pick up a guide for yourself, or for a friend as a little congrats you're going to Disney gift, head over to dfbstore.com. Be sure to type in code YouTube to apply an extra discount to your total purchase. Even if you're not planning on going to Disney World in the summer when the sun's ablazing, still wear the sunscreen. Nope, don't just wear it. Keep wearing it because if you lather the stuff on at the beginning of the day, it's going to fade away later on and you will need to reapply. So set an alarm to remind yourself when it's time to get all coated in the SPF again, or consider investing in some of those UV stickers like you can find on Amazon. And you can stick them onto your shoulder or wrist or somewhere you can easily see that'll remind you when it's time to reapply. These stickers will blend in with your skin when you're wearing enough UV protection, but will quickly turn a deep shade of purple when it starts to fade away. Okay, don't get caught by security in Disney World. This sounds worse than it actually is, I promise you. What I'm talking about here is not getting flagged by those security checks. It can just be such a waste of time. Security checks will have you walk through an advanced scanning device to make sure you're not carrying any prohibited items as you go into a park or Disney Springs. However, sometimes items that are totally fine to have in the parks will set off the scanners, and then you will be subjected to a very thorough bag check, which takes forever. Items like umbrellas, large phone chargers, multiple fuel rods, tins of mints, and metal water bottles could all trigger those security check devices. So if you have any of those, pull them out of your bag before you walk through the scanner and hold them out in front of you so cast members know exactly what's setting the system off. Still might not work. Every time I bring my laptop into a Disney park, I always hold it out, but I still set off the scanner and they still want to check my bag. So it may not work, but it has worked for many of our reporters. So I hate that heart-dropping feeling when you realize you've left your phone somewhere other than where you thought it was. It's
in your purse, lady.
I've left my phone on the top of toilet paper dispensers before, in a minivan, at the edge of sinks, and at the restaurant table. And at some point, you'd think I'd learned my lesson. I actually left my driver's license at the Annapolis once and then had to figure out how to fly home without it. So what happens if you lose your phone somewhere in Disney and retracing your steps doesn't work? Well, often cast members will hold on to lost items for a short period of time before sending them on to guest relations or lost and found. If it's been a few hours since you lost the item, or if cast members haven't recovered your item, go to the nearest guest experience location. Look for the blue umbrellas, or visit guest relations near the entrance of the park you're in. They'll be able to point you in the right direction in terms of next steps. And those next steps are most likely going to be lost and found. Disney's lost and found is huge. People lose a lot of stuff in the parks. There is an extensive system that documents each lost item. And that's great. I'm so happy Disney does that. But because the system is so vast and extensive, it can take a few days for your phone or lost item to be cataloged, and even longer before it's returned to you. So it's best if you can report it as lost as quickly as possible. There's an online form you can go to on chargerback.com where you can report your missing item ASAP, and Disney will do its best to find it. The best thing about the Chargerback website is that you'll be kept updated on the status of your item too, even if you have to head back home from vacation. And when your item is found, Disney will mail it back to you at no extra charge. So please don't forget to link your friends and family in My Disney Experience before you go to Disney World. You're going to find yourself dealing with a big headache if you don't have all the members of your family or group linked up on MDE, because if you have to do that when you get there, it's going to waste a lot of your park time. This will especially come in handy when you're trying to nab those Genie Plus lightning lanes or boarding groups for virtual queues. Well ahead of your trip, download the My Disney Experience app and make sure you set up your own account with your hotel reservations, ticket information, etc. Then make sure you've got all your family and friends that you're traveling with connected as well. If your fam and friends have their own My Disney Experience profiles, you can link to them to set up your family and friends list. You can search for your group members on the Add Family and Friends page by searching their name, phone number, and email address, as long as they've chosen to make themselves searchable. And if they haven't, you can still add them through their personal QR code or linking code, which they can pull up for you underneath their profile. If you've got members of the group who don't have their own profiles, either ask them to download the app and create them, or you can create profiles for them and manage their plans that way instead. This is a great way to make sure you can get everybody on the same dining reservations before you leave, and then it'll be all set up and ready to go when you've got to grab those virtual queues. So as you know, the weather in Florida can notoriously turn on a dime. So it's important to make sure you have quick access to up-to-date weather information. While daily or hour-by-hour forecasts might help with planning things like what outfit to wear, a minute-by-minute weather app is key for keeping track of when severe weather is expected to hit and where. So find a minute-by-minute weather app that you like and familiarize yourself with how to use it before your trip if possible. That way, you'll know how to navigate the parks to go along with the predicted weather patterns. Now, what do I mean by that? Well, when storms hit Disney World, outdoor attractions are closed for the safety of guests and cast members. While the rain can obviously strike at any time, storms are most common during the afternoon, especially during the summer months when it rains nearly every day. Sometimes outdoor attractions will open later on if the severe weather passes, but if the storms stick around, outdoor rides might remain closed for the rest of the day. If you see a chance of storms in the forecast, be sure to ride any must-do outdoor attractions as early as you can to get ahead of the ruckus. Okay, this is another one that can really set you back in your park day. Don't expect your room to be ready right when you arrive. Did you get into Orlando early for your first day of vacation like you should? Great. Just don't expect to move into your room just yet. Disney World hotel check-in time is 3 p.m. for hotel rooms, 4 p.m. for deluxe villas. If you arrive before that, your room more than likely won't be ready for you. And I haven't had some of my rooms ready till like 6 p.m. Disney will try to accommodate you if you arrive early, but there's a very good chance they won't be able to squeeze you in anywhere just yet. It's no biggie. You can still get a head start on your vacation regardless. Just leave your luggage with the hotel concierge, then go hit up the pool or go to the parks or do some shopping and eating around Disney Springs. And don't forget, in 2025, you get a free water park ticket on your arrival day if you stay in a Disney hotel. So maybe pack your swimsuit and your towel in your carry-on and leave the luggage with Bell Services and head on over to Typhoon Lagoon. Now listen, if you have a lot of bags and luggage to take to your room, do not hesitate to ask a cast member to help you get a luggage cart. Disney World hotels are huge, and you do not want to be lugging heavy bags all the way to your room, especially if it's far away from the hotel's front desk. The luggage carts are your friend, so if you need one, be sure to ask for one. Okay, so do not ask a character to autograph your face. This is a mistake you should avoid. Mickey can't autograph your forehead or your hand or your foot or even the shirt you're wearing. In fact, he can't autograph any skin or clothing that a guest is currently wearing. No character can. So if you want a character to sign your shirt or some other article of clothing, bring it with you in your park bag and pull it out when you get to the meet and greet. But what else is a Mickey taboo? Well, Mickey also cannot and will not hold your baby, pose in a way that's uncharacteristic, so no Charlie's Angels with the big cheese, or help you with things like proposals and gender reveals, as in he can't hold the ring or sonogram or anything like that, but you can still stand next to him with those items in a photo if you'd like.
Always flexible. Things in place and fit securely. See what foam can do for you.
Empress Swaddlers keeps your baby comfortably dry all night long.
Ooh, I love this one. Do not forget about the other Food and Wine Festival. There's not just one Food and Wine Festival that happens at Disney World each year. There are two. The Walt Disney World Swan and Dolphin Food and Wine Classic is returning for its 15th year this November. This event will be held at the titular hotels on November 15th and 16th from 5:30 p.m. to 9:30 p.m. each night. There are two primary options to purchase tickets for the Food and Wine Classic: single night tickets or 2-night bundles. The first is an individual event ticket that costs $208.13, including taxes and fees. And this includes culinary selections from our award-winning restaurants and beverages from around the world, all amidst a festive backdrop of live entertainment. That's a quote unquote, of course, but basically what this means is you can eat as much as you want and drink as much as you want for that ticket price. A lot of people wish Epcot would do this, that you could just pay one ticket price and eat and drink as much as you want. They haven't done that for a long time. So the Swan and Dolphin Food and Wine Classic is where that dream comes true. Now, the second ticket option is a 2-night bundle, which includes everything I just said, both Friday and Saturday nights. This bundle ticket costs $353.94. And it's a 15% discount in celebration of the event's 15th year. While this event is open to those not staying at the hotel, the Swan and Dolphin are offering discounted room rates for festival attendees. Want to take advantage of this? Call the hotel to make reservations directly and mention the food and wine rate while booking. Okay, here's a big mistake that a lot of people make, and I wish they wouldn't, so we're just going to throw it in here. Do not feed the birds. There might be a Mary Poppins song that encourages you otherwise, but I'm here to warn you, please don't feed the birds, no matter how big their begging anime eyes get. Outdoor restaurants like Flame Tree Barbecue and Animal Kingdom, Yorkshire County Fish Shop at Epcot, Casey's Corner, and Magic Kingdom get flocked by all sorts of feathered friends. Maybe the occasional brave squirrel as well. Now, Disney highly encourages you not to feed them because the birds will start getting more aggressive when it comes to their demands. Believe me, I've seen it. They are terrifying. So if you're concerned about a super sneaky bird thief, consider placing a clean plate or napkin on top of your food while transporting it to your seat. And most importantly, be aware of your surroundings. You can also opt for restaurants with indoor seating if the idea of being anywhere near a begging big-eyed bird while eating is going to be too tempting for you. So whether it be taking a flash photo during the seance scene in Haunted Mansion or just flat out having your phone out and scrolling through Instagram throughout the entirety of your Under the Sea Voyage of the Little Mermaid journey, a glowing phone during a super dark ride isn't just something the phone user can see, but everyone can see. And that really breaks the immersion for other folks who are just trying to enjoy the ride because they paid a lot of money to do so. Remember, there are select Disney rides that actually have in-ride photo ops that you can get after the ride concludes. They'll even be free for you to download if you're using Disney Genie Plus that day. But otherwise, if you or someone in your group really isn't all that interested in riding something, then maybe it's best that they sit this one out to have a snack or sit in the shade. Check up on their social media pages elsewhere. Okay, don't rope drop when it doesn't make sense. All right, I get that rope dropping is super beneficial. I talk about it all the time. But when you're getting up super early every single day of your trip and staying up from sunup till sundown in the parks, your group is liable to burn out all that adrenaline they started the vacation with. So strategize the days you really want to get into the parks right at opening and consider sleeping in a little bit on the other days, just to make sure everyone's recharged and raring to go. Because more sleep equals fewer emotional breakdowns. Believe me on this one. Okay, heads up on this one, y'all. You exist at the same time as chili cheese corn dog nuggets exist in Disney World, and if that's not enough to get you through the day, I don't know what is. Right now over at Contempo Cafe in the Contemporary Resort, you can order the chili cheese corn dog nuggets covered in queso, mustard, green onions, and house-made chili for $11. You get a pretty good amount of corn dog nuggets for the price, and each one of them is completely smothered in those savory toppings. Although the top
In half a mile, keep right to stay on I-10 East. Follow signs for I-35.
So you can still pick them up if you don't mind getting a little messy, or you can opt for a fork. Now I know this is like one of the only food items that we're talking about in this video, but I promise I like and sometimes love a lot of other food items. So please check out our other videos. If you're new to the DFB guide, go ahead and subscribe.
Keep right to stay on I-10 East.
Talk about food a lot. I'd love to share more of it with you. Now, don't make the mistake of planning your dream Disney vacation.
Continue on I-10 East for 2 miles.
I know you because you're here. You've watched this entire video, and I know that you're busy scheming up the best day ever for your
In 2 miles, use the left lane to take exit 570 for I-35 north toward Austin.
But don't forget, you don't have to shoulder this alone, nor should you. If you're going to Disney World with family, friends, or another group, you're going to want to work together to get the dream vacation that everybody wants, or at least a vacation that takes everyone's wants and needs into account. That means including your travel pals in some of those key planning stages. Before you make that hotel reservation and book 50 dining reservations, an exaggeration, right? Tell me I'm right. Talk to your group. Is there a hotel they've got their hearts set on staying in? Is there a restaurant they absolutely must eat at on this trip? What rides do they want to get on, and what rides will they absolutely not do? Knowing each person's priorities, likes and dislikes, and goals for their trip can help you plan a trip that'll make everyone happy at least part of the time. All that said, I've gone to Disney World with people who genuinely do not care. And so I just planned my favorite trip, but make sure that they give the okay for that. One last important note for y'all. Sometimes we can plan ahead for these Disney World mistakes, and we either still find ourselves getting tripped up by them, or we come across brand new mistakes that we didn't know we needed to anticipate. This happens to me all the time. But that's why we're always making new videos and posts and social media updates all year round on our DFP pages. So you can continue to feel informed instead of blindsided by new and classic Disney mistakes alike.
In a half mile, use the left lane to take exit 570 for I-35 north toward Austin.
Then after this video, this is it. This is the moment when you take the fate of your next Disney World vacation into your own hands to make sure you got the best tips and tricks to rely on in 2025. Hey everybody, it's AJ for Disney Food Blog. I know why you clicked on today's video. It is for 3 reasons. 1, you're getting ready to go to Disney World in 2025, or dreaming about it at very least. 2, you want to make sure the advice you're learning in preparation for your big trip isn't outdated and going to let you down. And 3, you're one smart cookie and you knew who was going to give you the best and newest Disney World tips and tricks that you're searching for. Us, here at DFB Guide. I'm not going to hold you back. Let's get right into the advice and make sure you're set up for the best trip ever. Having a split Disney hotel stay where you're going to book 2 or more Disney hotels during one trip doesn't just mean calling more than one Disney resort your home away from home anymore. It also means doubling up on free water park tickets. For 2025, everyone who's planning on staying at a Disney-owned hotel, whether it be value, moderate, or deluxe, will receive a free water park day, but only on your hotel